Chapter 1761. Maybe my body is more fun. Fierce battle. Endless fierce battle. A battle of life and death. The opponent on the 11th floor was extremely powerful and terrifying. His heaven and earth art had reached the 6th level. His spear technique was exquisite. His martial arts were superb. His combat talent was outstanding, and his consciousness was terrifying. Shenzong unleashed all his strength and fought fiercely. With the help of the heart domain, the battle was more advantageous for him. Transformative stage. Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes and Heavenly Spirit illusory body slash work together to kill the strong opponent. 2 million battle points and additional rewards were the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of the Heavenly Spirit illusory body slash. The 4th level required 200,000 battle points, the 5th 400,000, and the 6th 800,000. In total, it was 1 for million battle points. In one go, Chunzong entered the 12th floor, which was the last floor of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. Not long after, Chunzong left the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. He lost. On the 12th floor, the opponent was too strong. It was not an ordinary person, but an illusory body left behind by the geniuses who had passed the 12th floor. If he had passed the 12th floor, then what would have been left behind would have been his illusory body. Brother Chun, you're out. Yangwan had already come out. He had failed to pass the 3rd floor and was waiting here for Chunzong. Brother Yang, this is for you. Chunzong took out a mid-grade heaven pilfering, earth-changing pill and handed it to Yangwan. A mid-grade heaven pilfering, earth-changing pill was worth 10,000 battle points. It was undoubtedly a lot for him in the past, but it was nothing for him now. After passing the 11th floor of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower, he had earned 3 to 4 million battle points. 10,000 battle points were nothing, but to Yangwan, it was undoubtedly precious. Yangwan was stunned and then excited. He did not dare to accept it, but in the end he accepted it. This mid-grade heaven pilfering earth-changing pill was enough to raise his body constitution to a mid-grade mortal body. Once his body constitution was improved, his other aspects would also improve. Thank you, thank you. Yangwan was extremely grateful. He didn't expect that he would receive such a generous gift just because he was used to being enthusiastic. In fact, Chenzong still had a high-grade heaven pilfering and earth-changing pill worth 100,000 battle points. 100,000 battle points were not much to him now, but a mid-grade heaven pilfering and earth-changing pill was enough. Chenzong kept the middle 3 moves of the Phantom Slash of Heavenly Spirit and changed everything else into battle records. In this way, his battle records had exceeded 4 million. Before this was simply unimaginable. 4 million battle record. If he could pass the 12th level, he would be able to obtain 3 million battle points. After returning to the Thousand King Mountains Tianyuan residence on the Tianyuan Peak, Chunzong began to customize the peerless rank combat weapon. First was the sword. Secondly, the appearance of the sword had to be in line with his taste and fit his habit of using the sword. Finally, there was the naming. The naming was very simple. Just use the words Tianyuan. Next, it was time to submit and wait for the peerless weapon to be completed. For the eternal battle fort, a peerless weapon was nothing as it was easy to forge. Therefore, the Tianyuan sword was delivered to Chunzong in just a day. The sword was 2 fingers wide, the blade was snow white, and the spine was pitch black. It looked very distinct. Holding the sword hilt, he felt extremely comfortable to the touch. He felt that the sword fit perfectly with his palm, as if it had grown together with his palm. As he waved the sword, the blade sliced through the air smoothly. This sword was very suitable for him. In his hands, it could reach the level of a peerless weapon. However, if it fell into the hands of others, it would only be an ordinary, peerless weapon. After all, this sword was suitable for him. After leaving for so long, it's time to return to my main body. Chunzong thought to himself. He activated all the formations in the Tianyuan residence to prevent others from interfering and affecting him. Sitting in the main hall of the Tianyuan residence, Chunzong took out the eternal heaven and earth token and sent all his consciousness into it. The eternal heaven and earth token was a treasure that connected his main body and the eternal battle for it. It was very precious and couldn't be lost. If he lost the eternal heaven and earth token, he wouldn't be able to send his consciousness into the eternal battle for it and lose the opportunity here. As his consciousness kept pouring into the eternal heaven and earth token, Chunzong's body seemed to have lost its spirituality. In the end, he became like a wooden man, sitting quietly and motionlessly. However, this wasn't a real body of flesh and blood. Therefore, he wouldn't be hungry or sleepy. However, after losing consciousness, he lost control and couldn't move. He could only stay there. If he was attacked, he would be destroyed. However, the formations in the Tianyuan Peak were very powerful. Even an ordinary ascending God Realm warrior couldn't break through it. Moreover, this was the Thousand King Mountain, which was extremely important. There were experts guarding it. Whoever dared to be presumptuous here was courting death. His consciousness shuttled through the black and white void tunnel. Gradually, Chunzong's consciousness felt the existence of his main body. It went from faint and fuzzy to strong and clear. In the supreme profound world, there was a huge crack, like a chasm that went straight to the abyss. It was dark and gloomy, and a terrifying aura filled the air. It was like a ghostly realm. A black-robed figure with bloody claws on the back of his black robe quickly flew into the abyss. He disappeared as if he was swallowed. Going deeper and deeper, there was a pitch-black hole that breathed in and out cold air. The cold air blew like a chilly wind, freezing everything around it. However, the black-robed figure stepped into it, as if he wasn't affected at all. Going deeper and deeper into the dark tunnel, the aura became deeper and more terrifying. In the deepest part of the tunnel, the black-robed figure stopped and knelt down on one knee in front of massive darkness that looked like a ghostly realm. "My king, I heard news about the Shura sect when I was outside." The black-robed figure's voice was cold but respectful. One breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed. After a while, an extremely vicious and evil voice came from the deepest part of the darkness. "Speak." The Shura sect had already declined and was on the verge of being exterminated. However, a young man named Chen Xiu came and said that he was a disciple of the Shura sect. The black-robed man immediately revealed all the information he knew in detail. "How many half-step great saints are there in the Shura sect now?" The evil voice came from the deepest part of the darkness again. "According to my investigation, there are currently 5 6-star warriors, 13 5-star warriors, and 24 4-star warriors in the Azura's Gate," the black-robed man reported. After his investigation, he too was shocked. This kind of strength was indeed terrifying. Rising from the ashes, after a while, the evil voice came again. The Shura sect, which was about to be destroyed, suddenly had a magnificent change. Not only did it start to rise, but it also had so many experts. If there were no accidents, it would rise again and continue to prosper. The main reason for all these changes was the person named Chen Xiu. He was the biggest change. I still need some time to come out of seclusion. Take action first. Mobilize all forces and use all means to suppress the Shura sect and capture Chen Xiu alive. If necessary, ask the right emissary to cooperate with you. The evil voice came from the darkness again and penetrated into the black-robed figure's ears. It was like the roar of a ghost king from hell. "Yes, my king," the black-robed figure immediately replied. The black-robed figure immediately stood up and left quickly. In the deepest part of the darkness, a tall and mighty figure sat cross-legged. Endless darkness spread out from his body and filled the surroundings, forming a ball. An extremely terrifying power and aura was constantly emitted from the dark ball. It was very shocking. "Shura sect. Ancient Azura king. Could this Chen Xiu be your successor?" "It's best if he is your successor. I can then obtain the 1,000 Shura divine ability from him." The evil voice was low and deep as it talked to itself. However, it was filled with extremely terrifying malice. "When I break through to the 6th level of the Purgatory Go scripture, I will properly deal with your successor and completely wipe out the Shura sect." Immediately, A wild and evil laughter rang out from the endless darkness and filled the entire cave. If someone heard it, they would think that they had fallen into a ghost realm and would be scared to death. His consciousness traveled through the void and continued to move forward through the black and white tunnel. Chunzong carefully sensed it. When he first went to the eternal battle fort, he was not used to it. Therefore, he did not carefully experience it. But this time, he could properly experience it. It was very mysterious. Close. Chunzong could already clearly sense the location of his original body. The aura was getting stronger and stronger. Close. He saw his original body. His original body was at the core of the bewildering light island. He sat cross-legged and did not move. He was surrounded by a weak and almost imperceptible life force. Even his heartbeat became incomparably slow. It would only beat once after a while. His entire body seemed to have completely entered a state of hibernation. Fortunately, Chunzong's cultivation was very high. Although he was made of flesh and blood, it did not affect him even if he did not eat or drink. Otherwise, he would probably starve to death. In an instant, his consciousness rushed out of the black and white tunnel and penetrated through the top of his head. Returning to his original body-spirit sea, his consciousness and soul merged. In an instant, an incomparably familiar feeling arose from the deepest part of his soul. This feeling was indescribably comfortable. After all, this was his original body, a body that belonged to him. At the same time, a tyrannical force converged and entered the eternal heaven and earth token. It was a protective force. The moment his consciousness returned to his original body, a series of roars suddenly sounded. In the sky above bewildering Light Island, there seemed to be thunder rumbling. It was as if the mysteries of heaven and earth were gathering and turning into the shadow of a giant dragon. It soared into the sky and then fell straight down from the sky. The mysteries of heaven and earth also became clearer at this moment. It was as if he could touch it. Countless auras of heaven and earth, carrying endless mysteries, poured into Chunzong's original body and wrapped it up. Chunzong's body was completely immersed in the mysteries of heaven and earth. Chunzong was very surprised. Is this the benefit of returning to my original body from the eternal battle fort? Seizing this opportunity, Chunzong did not hesitate to get rid of all distracting thoughts and began to comprehend. Chapter 1762. Get excited, get excited, get excited. The mysteries of heaven and earth turned into countless auras that filled the air. The auras condensed like dragons. Dragons were noble, powerful, and mysterious. There is a saying that the head of a dragon could be seen, but the tail of a dragon could not be seen. Anything that was related to dragons was extraordinary. The mysteries of heaven and earth turned into dragon tattoos. The dragon tattoos coiled around Chunzong like a huge dragon, firmly entangling him. Clear, intuitive. At this moment, the mysteries of heaven and earth seemed to have opened up to Chunzong for him to comprehend. This benefit was the benefit of entering the eternal battle fort and becoming a weapon of heaven and earth. He could comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth more intuitively and clearly. Even Yang Guan, who was at a low level, could gain a lot of benefits when he returned to his original body, not to mention Chunzong. As long as he could gain more benefits in the eternal battle fort, he would naturally gain more benefits when he returned to his original body. Chunzong kept improving from the lowest level of the mortal body to the lowest level of the spiritual body, which had a great impact on the mysteries of heaven and earth. Secondly, he cultivated the 6th level of the heaven and earth scripture and comprehended various martial arts of heaven and earth. Lastly, it was the comprehension of the heaven and earth battle tattoos. The 3 aspects and the 3 benefits were simply unimaginable. This state would last for a while. As for how long it would last, he didn't know. But no matter what, as long as there was time, he had to seize it. He couldn't miss it because the more he comprehended, the more he could improve and accumulate. The mysteries of heaven and earth were so clear that they turned into dragons that coiled around him. He could feel it more intuitively and his mind was extremely clear. It was as if he had entered an inexplicable state. An inscription of heaven and earth suddenly appeared in front of him. This was the first inscription of heaven and earth. It contained the sharpness of the divine light of absolute beginning that could tear the void and universe apart. As soon as he saw this inscription of heaven and earth, before he could enter the state of comprehension, a divine light suddenly appeared on the inscription of heaven and earth. It was as if a peerless sword saint was in the inscription of heaven and earth, wielding the essence of the sword in his life. It broke the void in the void and penetrated the inscription of heaven and earth. It pressed forward with indomitable will, splitting the heaven and earth, creating a vacuum in the universe. Chunzong only saw the divine light, but couldn't dodge it. He didn't even have time to react. The divine light pierced between his eyebrows. Vaguely, a sharp pain swept through Chunzong, making him feel as if he had been penetrated. His thoughts froze in an instant. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Chun regained consciousness. There seemed to be a wisp of divine radiance streaking across his spirit sea. It was endless and boundless, and it emanated an incomparably clear profundity. Chunzong immediately began to comprehend. A mysterious power that seemed to be able to create the universe emerged and was absorbed by his mind and soul. It was as if a dry land had encountered a heavy downpour of rain and was gradually filled with vitality. Thousands of mysteries, and its meaning was self-evident. As Chunzong continued to comprehend, the divine halo continued to shrink as if it was being absorbed by him. Then, another stone inscription of heaven and earth appeared. It contained the mysteries of yin and yang. The black and white light transformed into the divine wheel of yin and yang. In an instant, it seemed to shoot out from the stone inscription of heaven and earth. It penetrated between his eyebrows and penetrated into Chunzong's spirit sea. It kept rotating in his spirit sea, emanating endless mysteries of yin and yang. These mysteries didn't seem to be the same as before, where Chunzong had to fully focus on comprehending them. Instead, they all flowed into his spirit sea and evolved on their own. He only needed to comprehend them a little before he could quickly grasp them. Mysteries of thunder and fire. Mysteries of wind and fire. All the mysteries emerged from the stone inscription of heaven and earth and penetrated into Chunzong's mind as if they were entrenched there. The mysteries evolved on their own. The absolute beginning, yin and yang, wind and fire, thunder and fire. All kinds of mysteries appeared in Chunzong's spirit sea, allowing his soul to observe and comprehend them more directly. As he comprehended them, they were constantly consumed and merged into Chunzong's spirit sea and various Tao wills. The first to break through were the Tao wills of wind, fire, and thunder. These three Tao wills had already reached the peak of the ninth revolution and were only a step away from the extreme realm. However, at this moment, they immediately broke through and reached the extreme realm. Once they reached the extreme realm, they immediately felt different. Their power and potential directly increased by a lot. However, the mysteries of wind, fire, and thunder and fire had not been completely consumed. They continued to evolve and color the spirit sea. The wind blew wantonly, the fire burned and spread wantonly, and the thunder struck down wantonly. Gradually, the wind, fire, and thunder, which were originally unrelated, gradually approached each other. As the fire spread, they came into contact with each other. Since they were both fire and fire, they came from the same source. Once they came into contact with each other, they didn't clash, but slowly merged together. Once they merged together, they couldn't be stopped. Gradually, the wind and thunder also approached each other as the fire spread. Rumble. At the moment when the wind and thunder came into contact, the two different forces collided with each other and burst out with an extremely terrifying power. It surged in all directions and raged in all directions. The extremely terrifying power seemed to want to shatter Chunzong's spirit sea. But the spirit sea was vast and vast, and it was extremely stable. No matter how the wind and thunder collided and burst out with extremely shocking might, it didn't move in the slightest. The wisp of divine light moved about like a dragon, and the yin-yang divine wheel revolved without end and wasn't affected in the slightest. They collided and became entangled over and over again. Fire and fire spread towards each other, and they were inseparable. On the other hand, the wind and thunder collided, causing fragments to explode out over and over again, yet they unknowingly slowly merged together bit by bit. Within the tempest, there were strands of shattered arcs of lightning spreading out, and within the vast expanse of thunder, there were strands of shattered wind drifting about. Wind and thunder. Even though wind and thunder didn't come from the same source, they had a sense of closeness, so their fusion was naturally not more difficult than fire and water that were opposites. Wind and thunder originally had the possibility of containing thunder within wind and thunder giving birth to wind. Wind and thunder converged. At this moment, the wind, fire, and thunder Tao insights ceaselessly came into contact and collided with each other and fused within Chunzong's spirit sea. In the past, Chunzong was only able to fuse wind, fire, and thunder, yet it was extremely difficult to fuse all three Tao insights. After all, Tao insights were Tao insights, and they weren't so easily fused. Especially under the circumstances of fusing two Tao insights, the difficulty of fusing a third Tao insight was like ascending the heavens. In the past, it wasn't that Chunzong hadn't tried and worked hard, but it all ended in failure, and he was unable to find any clues. Never had he imagined that they would actually start to fuse this time. Once they fused successfully, the might of the three Tao insights after they were fused would become even more terrifying. The wind, fire, and thunder Tao insights first broke through to the first level of the Supreme Realm before fusing with each other, whereas the Heart Sword Tao insights and Yin-Yang Tao insights were ceaselessly improving and gradually approaching the second level of the Supreme Realm. The Supreme Realm of Tao insights was divided into 3 levels, and the advancement of every single level was extremely difficult. Many people found it difficult to advance from the 9th level to the 1st level of the Supreme Realm, whereas advancing from the 1st level to the 2nd level was undoubtedly more than 10 times more difficult, and advancing from the 2nd level to the 3rd level was at least 10 times more difficult. Originally, according to his comprehension ability, if he continued to cultivate, it would be impossible for him to advance from the 1st level of the Supreme Realm to the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm without a few years' time. He wasn't even sure if he could do it in a few years' time. For example, a powerhouse like the King of Mountains and Seas who had lived for thousands of years had only comprehended his Tao insight to the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm. It was unlikely that he would be able to comprehend the 3rd level in his lifetime. One of the prerequisites for becoming an ultimate powerhouse at the Eminent Saint stage was to comprehend his Tao insight to the extreme of the Supreme Realm, the extreme of the 3rd level. Comprehend, 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 comprehend like a madman, constantly comprehending, constantly improving. Breakthrough. In an instant, in the deity ocean, illusory, sword, chi seemed to be born from nothingness. They spread out from all directions and shot toward the center. In an instant, it was as though 10,000 swords had returned to their origin. At the center of the deity ocean, the illusory outline of a sword light began to condense and take form. As the countless illusory sword chi shot toward it, it slowly solidified and the outline became clearer. When the illusory sword light had completely condensed, and when the countless illusory sword chi had completely entered it, there was a sudden burst of light. The divine radiance illuminated the deity ocean, and an extremely shocking sharpness spread out. The Heart Sword Tao insight had broken through to the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm, Tao insight solidification. Yes, when one's Tao insight broke through to the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm, it was a sign that it had solidified into its basic form. As the Heart Sword Tao insight broke through to the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm, the divine radiance exhausted its last bit of energy and turned into a bright light. It swept through the air and entered the illusory sword light formed by the Tao insight solidification. The spiritual light became more stable. Then the yin-yang Tao insight transformed. Black and white continued to spread out from the deity ocean. The black and white were filled with the mysteries of yin, while the white was filled with the mysteries of yang. Yin and yang appeared, colliding and entangling with each other. They turned into illusory yin-yang wheels that spun from all directions and converged toward the center. At the center of the deity ocean, an illusory yin-yang divine wheel started to condense. When thousands of yin-yang divine wheels converged from all directions and merged into the yin-yang divine wheel at the center, it became more and more solid. In the end, an extremely mysterious aura spread out. It was the mysteries of the yin-yang Tao insight. The yin-yang divine wheel condensed. The second level of the supreme realm of the yin-yang Tao insight solidification. The three Tao insights of wind, fire, and thunder had all broken through to the first level of the supreme realm and successfully merged with each other. The heart sword Tao insight and the yin-yang Tao insight had also broken through to the second level of the supreme realm. Such an improvement directly saved Chunzong at least 10 years of bitter cultivation, and it caused his combat strength to improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Before breaking through, Chunzong's full combat strength could reach the level of a 5-star elite and fight against an ordinary 6-star elite. Now, he could definitely reach the level of a 6-star elite and even fight against an ordinary 7-star elite. However, the circulation of the mysteries of heaven and earth had not ended. Chunzong could still continue to comprehend and improve. However, Chunzong already felt that his comprehension of Tao insight was close to the limit. Since it was like this, then he would start to improve his cultivation technique. The cultivation technique that he wanted to improve was naturally the origin sword technique. This was a cultivation technique that his main body had created, and it possessed shocking potential. However, compared to the worldly art, it was much cruder. This time, not only did Chunzong want to improve the origin sword technique, he also wanted to modify it and perfect it a step further. After all, after cultivating to the 6th level of the worldly art, Chunzong had a deeper understanding and comprehension of the Tao of cultivation techniques. These comprehensions could naturally be used to improve his own cultivation technique, perfect it, and further increase its potential and might to improve his own strength. Chapter 1763. In the territory of Tai Luo City, Azura Peak of Tai Luo Mountain in the Tai Luo City of the profound universe, wisps of heaven and earth yuan qi gathered from all directions and poured into the peak of Azura Peak. From afar, the peak of Azura Peak was shrouded in clouds. The clouds were white, light, and dense. It was like a fairyland. In Azura Sect, there was a great yuan gathering array and a pure yuan array. With the passage of time, these arrays would gather more and more yuan qi. Over time, the cultivation environment here would become better and better. Since the last batch of disciples, Azura Sect had been developing with all its might. Now, with the superior environment and resources, the 20 or so disciples of Azura Sect had made breakthroughs. Half of them had already broken through to the Saint Realm. Those who were originally at the first Heaven Saint Realm had now stepped into the third Heaven Saint Realm. At this rate, Azura Sect would become stronger and become the overlord of Tai Luo City. After 100 years, most of the half-step great saint experts would leave. Only a few would remain. At that time, Azura Sect would have to rely on itself. However, as long as there were no accidents, Azura Sect would definitely be more than 10 times stronger than it was now. At this moment, the atmosphere in Azura Sect's main hall was solemn. Everyone, please share your thoughts. The sect master spoke, breaking the solemn atmosphere. In the main hall, other than the sect master and the original 2 elders, there were 3 more elders. All of them were at the advanced saint realm. The 5 of them looked solemn. The reason for this was because of a post. It was a post with a black background and blood red patterns that formed a bloody claw. It was a mixture of black and blood red. The claw was as sharp as a crescent moon, dripping with blood. It gave off an ominous feeling and carried an evil aura. This post was very famous in Tai Xin world. It was the symbol of a powerful expert on the Tai Xin Great Saint board. The Bloody Claw Post. This was the symbol of the Bloody Claw King, who was ranked 7th on the Tai Xin Great Saint board. Usually, whoever received the Bloody Claw Post would be in trouble. The Blood Claw King was extremely powerful and terrifying. He shouldn't have anything to do with the Shura sect, but for some reason, he sent someone to deliver a Bloody Claw scroll. This meant that the Blood Claw King had his eyes on the Shura sect. Moreover, the content of the post was very direct. It demanded that the Azura Gate hand over Chinchio and disband on their own accord. Otherwise, they would be exterminated. Even though there were a few 6-star warriors in the Shura Gate, as well as many 5-star and 4-star warriors, there was still a huge gap between them and the 7-star Blood Claw King. Moreover, the Blood Claw King's subordinates also had 6-star, 5-star, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star experts. This was because the Blood Claw Lord was the house master of the Dripping Blood Tower, a powerful force in the ultimate mystery world. The Blood Dripping Tower was a powerful force that was many times stronger than the previous Tian Luo sect. It was also famous in the entire Profound Realm. Except for the fact that it did not have a Supreme Saint expert, it was not much different from those top forces. It was very terrifying. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. It hadn't been long since the Shura sect got on the right track, and now they were faced with such a disaster. It was really unfortunate. However, since the Shura sect was on the right track, they had to overcome this crisis. If they could overcome it, the Shura sect would become even more powerful. In my opinion, we should let Grand Elder Chinchio know about this. A newly promoted elder said, "After all, this matter is closely related to Grand Elder Chinchio. Although Grand Elder Chinchio is very powerful and has a lot of potential, compared to the Blood Claw King, there is still a huge gap." The Great Elder said, "No matter what, we can't lose Grand Elder Chinchio. As long as he is around, the Shura sect will never be destroyed. We will definitely rise again. Inform Grand Elder Chinchio about this, and let him leave as soon as possible." The sect master finally decided. The Blood Dripping Tower and the Blood Claw King were too powerful. They were completely incomparable to the previous enemies. Even the strongest 6-star warriors in the Shura sect were no match for them. Grand Elder Chinchio was very young and had a lot of potential. However, his current strength couldn't be compared to the Blood Claw King. Hence, they could only let Grand Elder Chinchio leave as soon as possible with the Shura sect's inheritance. One day, they would rebuild the Shura sect and pass it on. I wonder why the house master wants to deal with such a sect. On a mountain peak not far from the Shura sect, there were a few people monitoring the Shura sect's every move. One of them was a middle-aged man with sparse eyebrows, prominent cheekbones, and a vicious expression. The house master's actions are unpredictable. We don't need to know so much. We just need to do the job well. Another short and fat, dark-skinned old man squinted his small beady eyes, flashing with a vicious and sharp light. His voice was sharp. The house master takes this matter very seriously. There can't be any mistakes. Otherwise, you know the consequences. A middle-aged man in a loose black robe with a wooden expression said in a deep voice, warning the two of them not to be so casual. This person's words obviously had an effect. The two of them retracted their casual attitude and became serious. They all thought of the house master Blood Claw King's methods. Their expressions changed slightly, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. These three people were all strong warriors under the Blood Claw King. One of them was a 6-star, and 2 were 5-star. In the Dripping Blood Tower, they held high positions and wouldn't be easily dispatched. However, this time, they were personally dispatched to deal with the Shura sect. Obviously, the Blood Claw King was serious. At the same time, some of the strong warriors who had negotiated with Chunzong and swore to serve the Shura sect for 100 years had solemn expressions. Dripping Blood Tower, Blood Claw King. Although they had stayed on Bewildering Light Island for a long time, after leaving, they were not ignorant of the news. Naturally, they knew all the information about the powerful forces and strong warriors that were worth paying attention to in the profound world. The Bloodclaw King and his dripping blood tower were existences worth paying attention to. They couldn't be offended or made an enemy unless they had 7-star battle strength. However, the difference between 6-star and 7-star was much greater than the difference between 5-star and 6-star. It was very difficult to advance from 6-star to 7-star. To a certain extent, it was like a natural chasm. However, anyone who could raise their battle strength to 7-star must be very talented. They must be at the level of the top geniuses and must have had good opportunities. Such a strong warrior could be ranked at the top of the Great Saint ranking. Such a strong warrior would be highly valued even if he entered a top force with a Great Saint Realm Master. He would be given an extremely high status. The Bloodclaw King gave the Shura sect 3 days. He meant that the Shura sect must hand over Chun Xiu within 3 days. Otherwise, he would lead a group of strong warriors from the Dripping Blood Tower to flatten the Shura sect and completely remove the Shura sect. Chun Xiu, who was training in the Shura secret realm, also heard the news. 3 days. No, there were less than 3 days left. There were only slightly more than 2 days left. However, Chun Xiu didn't say anything. He also didn't plan to leave. Instead, he secretly observed. Among these 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star experts, only a few of them had truly joined the Shura sect and become the Supreme Elders. Most of them wanted to leave Bewildering Light Island, but couldn't afford enough fog crystals and beast crystals. In the end, they chose to guard the Shura sect for 100 years. However, they didn't truly join the Shura sect and weren't considered members of the Shura sect. At this moment, facing the threat of the Dripping Blood Tower and the Bloodclaw King, what would they do? Even if they had sworn an oath in the face of a life-and-death crisis, an oath wasn't that useful sometimes. After all, the oath only involved their cultivation. The price of breaking the oath was that they couldn't improve anymore. It was better than being killed. In fact, there were indeed people who had such thoughts. Some people bravely advanced on the path of cultivation without fear. However, there were also people who became more cautious and more afraid of death the longer they cultivated and the more they experienced. After experiencing Bewildering Light Island, these people's temperament was no longer the same as before. Chun Xiu noticed that some people had secretly sneaked out of the Shura sect and left. They were at least 4-star experts and had extraordinary means. If they wanted to leave secretly, it wouldn't be that easy to be discovered. Black Spear King, did you forget your oath? Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong stopped a middle-aged man in a black robe and questioned sternly. Silver Blade King, you better move away. Otherwise, don't blame my Black Spear for being impolite. Black Spear King threatened in a cold voice. Then you can try. Silver Blade King's right hand held the hilt of his blade. A tyrannical aura suddenly exploded, as if a cold blade was unsheathed. An extremely shocking blade aura swept across the void. Silver Blade King and Black Spear King were both elite 6-star experts. However, in comparison, Black Spear King had been at the elite 6-star level for a longer time. Don't stop me. Otherwise, don't blame my Black Spear for being merciless. Black Spear King actually didn't have the intention to fight with Silver Blade King. He threatened again, because once they fought, even if he could win, it wouldn't be easy. Immediately, Silver Blade King released the hilt of his blade. He looked coldly at Black Spear King and turned to leave. Seeing Silver Blade King suddenly leave, Black Spear King was slightly stunned. Then, he quickly left. Although he had the combat strength of an elite 6-star expert, compared to a 7-star expert, there was a huge gap. This could be seen from Thunderfire King and Ancient Wind King on Bewildering Light Island. Moreover, Bloodclaw King was an elite 7-star expert. He was even more terrifying than Thunderfire King and Ancient Wind King. He was on the same level as Mountain Sea King. He might even be stronger than Mountain Sea King. How could Black Spear King provoke such a strong enemy? What about the Oath of Guarding for 100 years? So what if he violated it? Anyway, it would be difficult for him to improve in this lifetime. Living was better than dying. In the Shura sect, there were 5 6-star experts. Silver Blade King was one of them. He had truly joined the Shura sect. As for the other 4, although Heaven Battering King didn't join, he had a good relationship with Silver Blade King. The other 3 had other thoughts. Now that Black Spear King had left, the other 2 left one after another. Silver Blade King and Heaven Battering King were naturally furious. However, they didn't stop them and let them leave. Chapter 1764. The bewildering light ocean was covered in dense fog. It was vast and endless. A blood-red figure flew past at an astonishing speed. It was like a blood-red light, emitting a cold and violent aura. His killing intent was astonishing. His blood-red eyes gazed in all directions, clearly seeing everything within 1,000 meters. In an instant, the blood-red figure entered a small island, landed, and stepped into the cave in an instant. With this speed, I hope to raise my combat strength to the elite 7-star level in another 3 years. The Bloodkill King's face was pale, as if there was no blood in it. However, his eyes were incomparably bright, flickering with blood-red light. His killing intent was overflowing. One could vaguely see a river of blood flowing and corpses bobbing up and down. King of the mountains and seas, Zhao Mingkong, and that junior named Chunzong. When the time comes, all of you will die. The Bloodkill King's hatred was monstrous. His blood-red light surged like a tide, surging in all directions, filling the cave. His killing intent was violent and vast like the waves of the ocean. That day on the bewildering light island, he wanted to kill Chunzong, but he was stopped by the King of the mountains and seas. He was even injured by the King of the mountains and seas, and had to use a secret technique to escape. Now, he had recovered from his injuries. Moreover, he had also cultivated a forbidden technique that he did not intend to cultivate. This forbidden technique was originally not cultivated because it would reduce his lifespan by a large amount. Who would not want to live longer? However, cultivating this forbidden technique would reduce his lifespan by half. Of course, the Bloodkill King was unwilling to do so. However, in order to obtain more power, in order to take revenge, he chose such a crazy method. Everything was just to obtain more power, just to take revenge. When the time comes, he would torture all his enemies to death. He closed his eyes and restrained his shocking murderous intent. Soon after, he circulated his forbidden technique. Traces of blood-colored fog spread out from his body. As it fluctuated, it seemed like seaweed was swaying. It seemed like there were layers upon layers of ghosts. Terrifying cries of ghosts and howls of wolves faintly resounded unceasingly. Chilly winds howled and bloody ghosts roared. After cultivating for a period of time, all the ghost-like snow mist gradually converged into the body. The Bloodkill King also opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a bloody light like hell. His face seemed to be a little paler. Suddenly, the Bloodkill Lord felt that he was shrouded by a powerful and irresistible force. In an instant, he seemed to have traveled through time and space. With just a flash, he disappeared into the cave. This place is... The Blood Killer King was aghast. Immediately, his sharp eyes swept across the surroundings with a cold, bloody light. He was slightly startled. The scene here looked somewhat familiar. This open space and the forest not far away looked increasingly familiar. Within the bewildering light ocean, there should only be one place with such scenery, Bewildering Light Island. Except, he should be very far away from Bewildering Light Island. How did he appear on Bewildering Light Island in an instant? The Bloodkill King couldn't understand. Blood Killer King, today is the day you die. A voice suddenly sounded. There is a trace of sharpness in the coldness, startling the Blood Killer King. He immediately looked in the direction of the voice, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. From a forest, he saw a white-robed figure slowly walking out. A slender figure, seemingly ordinary but unique temperament, eyebrows like swords, eyes clear and deep, pupils like a sword. He didn't know how many times he had recalled this face. He wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. Killing it 100 times wasn't enough to vent his hatred. Immediately, the Blood Kill King's mouth opened and let out a crazy laugh. He laughed so hard that his body leaned back like a madman. At this moment, it didn't matter how he came to Bewildering Light Island, because one of the people he wanted to kill had appeared in front of him. Although it was strange that the other party took the initiative to appear in front of him, the Blood Kill King, whose eyes were red and filled with killing intent, didn't think much about it. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the other party. He wanted to kill him, madly torture him, and use all the cruel means on the other party. Boom! A terrifying blood-colored chi instantly exploded from the Blood Kill King's body like a volcanic eruption. It spread in all directions, as if it was breaking the void. It quickly spread out, covering the world. Battle strength, 7-star. In just a few years, the Blood Kill King's battle strength had once again risen to the 7-star level, which surprised Chunzong. This speed of improvement was too amazing. Fortunately, his battle strength had risen faster. Otherwise, he would have really shot himself in the foot this time. After all, the reason the Blood Kill King appeared here was because of his manipulation. He directly transferred him to Bewildering Light Island and killed him to settle the grudge of that day. Previously, Chunzong didn't ask the Mountain and Sea King to kill the Blood Kill King because he wanted to kill the Blood Kill King himself. And now, he was about to get what he wanted. In the face of the Blood Kill King's terrifying aura of 7-star battle strength, Chunzong didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. Previously, his battle strength could reach the elite 5-star level. When he used the Freedom State, he could contend with an ordinary 6-star level. This time, his consciousness returned from the eternal battle fort and comprehended the deeper mysteries of heaven and earth. In one fell swoop, he pushed his comprehension of Tao, will, cultivation techniques, and so on to a higher level, and his strength skyrocketed. The Blood Kill King, with an ordinary 7-star battle strength, was just right to verify his strength at this moment. Confidence. This was the confidence that came from the deepest part of his heart. It came from the confidence of his own strength. He took a step forward. The moment his foot landed, there seemed to be circles of ripples sweeping out like raging waves. The sunken knight sword was also unsheathed. The incomparably sharp sword chi surged out, spreading in all directions. In an instant, it condensed on the sword body. The sword light was dark and deep. Kill. The sword cut open the vacuum, and the air rippled like water. In just an instant, the sword edge was amazing. It directly tore the blood light that spread out and filled all directions. It mercilessly attacked the Blood Kill King with irresistible force. The Blood Kill King was shocked. One sword? How could it be possible to break through his aura with just one sword? Even if this kid's strength has greatly improved in the past few years, he can only step into the half-step Great Sage level at most. He can only have a 2-star battle strength at most. Even if I estimate it a few times higher, he can only reach 3-star at most. Even if he's an elite 3-star, it's impossible for him to withstand my sudden burst of aura impact. Not to mention the sword cut open. The sword light carried an amazing and terrifying sharpness that seemed to tear everything apart. He felt that the other party's battle strength seemed to have reached the 7-star level. This was simply incredible. The Blood Kill King thought he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? But whether it was a dream or not, since the other party's sword was coming, he had to fight back. He pulled his hands apart. The blood light condensed into a blade that tore the void and instantly attacked Chunzong. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 10 swords. In an instant, 10 crescent-like blood-color blades tore the void and shot at Chunzong from all directions. Each blood-color blade was filled with a nauseating smell of blood, and each blade was condensed with an extremely terrifying power. Chunzong could feel the fluctuation of his chi and blood, as if it was being pulled and was about to become chaotic. Once the blood was chaotic, it would affect the state of the body and the exertion of strength. However, only affected him, but it did not really affect him. The sword light pierced through the air, moving forward with an indomitable will. Its sharpness was unparalleled, but it changed in an instant. It became nimble and light, effortlessly flicking away the 10 blood-colored blades. They shot out from the side into the forest, cutting down countless trees. The sound of the trees collapsing reverberated in all directions. The Bloodkill King was surprised again. This sword technique was so exquisite. In this case, he could no longer hold back. He had to do his best to kill the other party. Otherwise, if the movement here was too big and attracted the attention of the Mountain and Sea King, it would be very unfavorable for him. After all, his battle strength was not yet at the elite 7-star level. He was still not a match for the Mountain and Sea King. The Bloodkill King did not know what had happened on Bewildering Light Island over the years. There were not many people left on Bewildering Light Island now. Moreover, they were all 4-star and 5-star level. They did not want to serve the Shura sect for 100 years. Therefore, they were slowly collecting fog crystals and other things, preparing to exchange it for a chance to leave Bewildering Light Island. Boom! The blood-colored light exploded like a volcanic eruption. It directly formed a domain that covered all directions, including Chun Zone. From afar, it looked like a blood-colored light, with blood-colored waves sweeping over. It was about 100 meters in diameter, as if it was an inverted bowl that was isolated from the outside world. Chun Zong immediately felt that he could not feel the aura of the world's origin energy. He was directly isolated. Moreover, an extremely tyrannical and terrifying aura with astonishing malice rushed over, as if to suppress him. It was cold and sinister. He seemed to see a river of blood flowing in front of him, and bones bobbing up and down. You forced me to do this. Now you will die. After you die, Zhao Mingkong and the Mountain and Sea King will go to hell to accompany you. The Bloodkill King screamed crazily, his face distorted like a devil's roar. In the blood-colored light domain, the crazy Bloodkill King's blood boiled and turned into an extremely strong blood chi. It was like a bloody flame that constantly boiled and rushed up from his body, condensing into a half-blood-colored phantom of the Ghost King. That pair of ghostly eyes instantly emitted an extremely shocking killing intent, as if to make people sink into a ghostly hell forever. Die. Vaguely, there was a terrifying roar that impacted Chun Zong's spirit sea, causing it to tremble slightly. At the same time, the blood-colored Ghost King suddenly flew out, bending and refracting like lightning. Its speed increased rapidly, and its ghostly claws swept across the sky, tearing everything apart. Chun Zong stood on the ground, unmoving. His back was as straight as a sword, and his hands held the sword hilt, raising the blade slightly. The heart sword will of the second level of the Supreme Realm permeated in an instant and condensed on the sword. The power of the Taichu sword origin technique also condensed in it. Strands of extremely terrifying aura surged like the tide. Endless sword chi, sword light, and sword light phantoms appeared and entered the Sunken Knight sword. The Sunken Knight sword became more and more profound, and it gave off a unique aura. It was as if there was an indescribable power that was guiding the heartbeat. Slash! The sword slashed down diagonally. It seemed to be understated, as if it did not contain much power, but in an instant, it turned into a strand of hair-like sword light that tore through the sky. Chapter 1765. The blood light retreated and dissipated in an instant. The Bloodkill King's face was as pale as a ghost. His eyes were filled with disbelief, despair, and unwillingness as he stared at Shinzong. He only felt that the figure seemed to be shrouded in a layer of sword light, as if he was possessed by the sword god and could not be offended. His vision became more and more blurry, and his consciousness kept sinking into darkness. Finally, the Bloodkill King covered his chest with one hand and fell down softly like a snake that had its spine pulled out. Dead. The Bloodkill King, who had a 7-star battle strength, was truly dead. Chun Zong subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how he looked at it, the Bloodkill King was considered a strong enemy. Moreover, the other party's methods were terrifying. If he did not advance by leaps and bounds, The result of this battle would be his death. Of course, if his battle strength did not increase, Chunzong would definitely not seek revenge from the Bloodkill King. He would wait until his strength was sufficient. Fortunately, his consciousness had descended into the eternal battle fort, which was indeed a great opportunity. After the accumulation in the eternal battle fort, when his consciousness returned to his body, the mysteries of heaven and earth surrounded him. He rapidly comprehended and advanced by leaps and bounds. It was as if he was possessed by a god, which shocked Chunzong. The Heart Sword Dao intent and the Yin-Yang Dao intent broke through to the second level of the extreme realm and stabilized. The Heavenly Wind, Heavenly Fire, and Heavenly Thunder Dao intent also broke through to the first level of the extreme realm and successfully merged. Next, there were changes in the Genesis sword technique. Referring to the mysteries of heaven and earth execution, Chunzong reorganized the Genesis sword technique, and the original 33 levels began to change. The name did not change, but the first level was equivalent to the original 10 levels. The second level was equivalent to the original 11th to 20th levels, and the third level was equivalent to the original 21st to 30th levels. Although the theory was the same, in terms of the mysteries, it surpassed the original by a lot. Even its power had increased by a lot. The first 3 levels, like heaven and earth execution, belonged to the basic level. It was the basic cultivation and condensation of the sword origin. From the 4th level onwards, it was the true manifestation of its power. The 4th level was equivalent to the original 31st and 32nd levels. The 5th level was equivalent to the original 33rd and 34th levels. Now, Chunzong had created the 5th level and cultivated it to perfection, which was equivalent to the peak of the 34th level. But in terms of power, it surpassed the 34th level. Of course, previously, Chunzong had only been able to create the 33rd level, but according to inference, it should be so. If he used self, he would definitely be stronger than an elite 6-star elite. If he used the ego state of freedom, he would definitely be stronger than an elite 6-star elite. Now that the Heart Sword Dao intent had broken through to the second level of the extreme realm, his battle prowess had increased once more, and he had completely stepped into the 7-star level. Finally, it was the Sword Dao ultimate move. Originally, there was a line between heaven and earth. However, after cultivating and meditating in the eternal battle fort, and because of the changes and improvements in the primordial sword origin technique, as well as the breakthrough in the Heart Sword Dao intent, Chunzong had further comprehended and perfected it. He had even extended it on the basis of heaven and earth line, and finally created a brand new sword technique. This move was even more compatible with the Dao intent of the Heart Sword. In a situation that even Chunzong himself wasn't very clear about, it had formed its own style. Chunzong also gave it a new name, Heartbeat. It wasn't about heartbeat, but when the heart moved, the sword would attack. There was also an inexplicable power that could affect the opponent's heart the moment the sword was drawn. Heartbeat was simple but appropriate. Chunzong's vast knowledge and comprehension also allowed him to vaguely grasp the later ultimate moves of the Sword Dao. Therefore, he made the heart move the first move, the first ultimate move. Although he didn't know how many moves there would be after that and didn't have any clues, Chunzong still made a general outline and gave a name. Sword Intent. This meant that this incomplete sword technique was created based on the Dao insight of the Heart Sword. The sword will stream might have been Chunzong's sudden inspiration, but who could predict what would happen in the future? Not only did the embryonic form of the sword intent appear, but Chunzong also improved the Yin-Yang Dao intent and the wind, fire, and lightning Dao intent. He felt like he was on the right track of cultivation. Now that the Blood Killer King had been killed, it was time for him to return to the Shura sect. The Shura sect was in danger again, and it was a very dangerous one. The original body wasn't too far away from the clone, so he could know what the clone knew. This time, with the increase in his combat strength, he had nothing to fear. Even if the Rakshasa King appeared, it would still be the same. Moreover, during the time his consciousness was in the eternal battle fort, The Shura clone had made great progress in the Shura secret realm. Outside the Azura gate, in the air above, numerous figures stood in the air, each of them exuding an incomparably shocking aura. It was extremely terrifying. At a glance, these figures were dressed in black robes and had the blood-dripping claw imprint on their backs. They were lifelike and emitted traces of evil killing intent. The blood-dripping tower. These people were all from the blood-dripping tower. The blood-dripping tower was a force that had risen in the past few hundred years. It was a very strange force. It did not have a supreme great saint realm master, nor did it have a foundation establishment realm, transcendent realm, or saint realm master. It only had a half-step great saint. Only those who were half-step great saints could enter the blood-dripping tower and become a member. The blood-dripping tower also accepted all kinds of killing and revenge business as long as they could afford it. However, the blood-dripping tower was also very perceptive. They wouldn't target the people from the top forces. Those who were targeted were usually not as strong as the blood-dripping tower. It could be said that the blood-dripping tower bullied the weak and feared the strong. In short, the blood-dripping tower had grown stronger over the past few hundred years. They were infamous. The Bloodclaw King could even stop children from crying at night. This time, the Shura sect was targeted by the blood-dripping tower. They were targeted by the cruel and ruthless Bloodclaw King. Today was the third day, which was also the last day that the blood-dripping tower gave the Shura sect. Hand over Chen Xiao. Disband the Shura sect. It seems that the Shura sect is going to resist to the end. A 6-star expert from the blood-dripping tower had a cold glint in his eyes as he bared his teeth. He seemed to be a little excited. It seemed that the Shura sect's resistance was what he hoped for the most. Resist. I haven't killed to my heart's content in a long time. Another 6-star expert exuded a terrifying murderous aura. There are less than 1,000 people in the Shura sect. It's not enough to kill. However, it's said that they have some half-step great saints. It'll feel better to kill them. The Shura sect, which was surrounded by the experts from the blood-dripping tower, had already activated the Great Encirclement Formation. The Great Encirclement Formation, which was fully activated, could withstand the attacks of the elite 6-star experts. Most of the experts who had sworn to guard the Shura sect for 100 years either left secretly or directly. Only a few stayed. There were 2 elite 6-star experts, the Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King. There were 6 5-star experts and 3 4-star experts left. Compared to the previous 5 6-star experts, 13 5-star experts, and 24 4-star experts, the difference was too great. If those people hadn't left, they could have fought with the blood-dripping tower and even won. After all, there were 4 6-star experts in the blood-dripping tower. 2 of them were elites, and 2 of them were ordinary. There were 10 5-star experts and 18 4-star experts. Other than that, there were 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star experts. Although there were many of them, they were nothing compared to the difference in combat strength. The one who made them flee in fear wasn't the people from the blood-dripping tower, but the Bloodclaw King. The Bloodclaw King was too fierce. He was an elite 7-star expert and had once killed an elite 7-star expert. He was at the top of the 7-star level. Even if 5 or 6 elite 6-star experts joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat such an expert. Some experts' names alone could make people tremble in fear. The Bloodclaw King was obviously such an expert. In the main hall of the Shura sect, there were many experts present, including the Shura sect master and elders. Chen Xiao was also here. Chen Xiao's combat strength was extraordinary. His body was special, and he had been honed in the Shura secret realm. He had long surpassed his previous level and reached a higher level of combat strength. The rise of Azura's Gate was single-handedly driven by Chen Xiao. Now that they were facing a crisis that was directly related to Chen Xiao, Chen Zong had become the one in charge. It was all up to Chen Xiao to decide what to do. Of course, the others didn't know that the Chen Xiao in front of them was not the Chen Xiao from before. However, at this level of cultivation, no one could tell that Chen Xiao wasn't made of flesh and blood unless they were supreme experts of the Supreme Saint realm. As for the supreme powerhouses of the Great Saint stage, They were usually in closed-door cultivation. If there was nothing particularly important, they would not show themselves at all. Although Chunzong already knew that most of the supreme Saint Realm experts in the Lingwu Holy World were probably the most ordinary eminent God Realm experts, they were still supreme and invincible in the Lingwu Holy World. "Brother, tell me, do you want to go out and fight or what?" the heaven-battering king asked in a vigorous voice. "Of course I want to go out." Chun Xiu's lips curled into a smile, filled with killing intent. The enemy had already blocked the door. There was no reason not to fight. Of course, they had to fight, but the Great Encirclement Formation had to be activated and the Shura sect would suffer. Moreover, once the battle started, the aftermath would be shocking. Without the protection of the formation, the Shura sect would be affected and be in danger. Hearing Chunzong's words, the Silver Blade King and the Heaven-Battering King both smiled. Since the two of them had chosen to stay, they must have been prepared. It was nothing more than a life-and-death battle. They had experienced this many times on bewildering Light Island. They were different from those who had fled. They were more courageous and fearless as the battle went on. Senior Tiangong, this time, you stay here to preside over the formation, Chunzong said. The Tiangong elder was relatively weak in a head-on battle. His expertise was in refining weapons and formations. You should make full use of them. The Tiangong elder didn't object. He nodded and agreed. Since the decision had been made, there was no need to hesitate. Fight! Chapter 1766. In the sky above Azura Peak, many figures exuded an extremely powerful aura. Their killing intent and killing intent were strong. You have guts. How dare you come out on your own? When I kill you later, I'll be faster. The experts of the Dripping Blood Tower all sneered. Their terrifying auras all locked onto Chun Xiu, Zhao Mingkong, and the Heaven-Battering King. There was a great disparity in the number of experts, but they couldn't make them retreat. It's not certain who will live and who will die. Zhao Mingkong pressed his right hand on the hilt of his saber. His eyes were cold, and his killing intent surged. The Heaven-Battering King clenched his fists, and there was a shocking explosion in the air. An extremely powerful energy wave exploded from his body and shook the surroundings. A body-refining king. The experts of the Dripping Blood Tower were a little surprised. A body-refining cultivator was undoubtedly more difficult to deal with among those of the same level, because he had stronger life-saving abilities. Sometimes, your attack might not be able to kill your opponent, but your opponent's attack might kill you, so you had to be more careful. Although he looked ferocious and murderous on the surface, he was very vigilant in his heart. It seemed that the other party didn't intend to compromise, but wanted to fight. Although there was a gap between them, if they weren't careful, there would still be a lot of casualties on their side. Kill. Chun Xiu only said one word, and the Nirvana evil sword was unsheathed. The power of the incineration Shura skill poured into the Nirvana evil sword in an instant, and it turned into a gray lightning, tearing the void and directly attacking an ordinary 6-star expert of the Dripping Blood Tower. The moment Chun Xiu's voice fell, the silver saber was unsheathed, and it turned into a silver thunderbolt that smashed the void. The Heaven-Battering Heavenly King gathered tremendous power and charged forward like a volcanic eruption. His punch was so violent that it seemed to be able to shatter mountains and crack the earth. The fist pressure suppressed the void and made it extremely solid like a steel wall that kept pushing forward. The other 4 5-star combatants and 3 4-star combatants also attacked without any mercy. The moment the crowd attacked, the group of experts from the Dripping Blood Tower also attacked one after another. Every half-step supreme, Saint had gone through many life-and-death battles. They had rich combat experience, and they had excellent mastery of their own martial arts. Once such a battle broke out, the 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star martial artists of the Dripping Blood Tower had no room to interfere. There was nothing he could do about it. The difference between 3-star and 4-star was at least double. Under such a difference, the moment he got close to Zhang Xian, he would be struck by the shock waves, and it would be extremely uncomfortable. They could only attack from afar. However, the battle changed quickly, and it was not easy to hit them. Moreover, only the strength of a 3-star warrior could provide some assistance. As for a 2-star warrior and a 1-star warrior, the difference in combat strength was too great. With a difference of several times, their attacks were completely ineffective. However, the Shura Gate side had too few 4-star battle prowess, only 3 of them. Soon, they were suppressed and trapped in the encirclement of the blood-dripping tower. They were completely at a disadvantage and could barely hold on. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to hold on for long before they were killed. The situation of a 5-star was not much better. The Silver Blade King was fighting an elite 6-star expert from the Dripping Blood Tower. The Heaven Battering King was fighting another elite 6-star expert. As for Chunzong, he was fighting 2 ordinary 6-star experts. Both the Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King were very strong. For a moment, they were not at a disadvantage at all. However, they had to end the battle quickly and kill their opponents as soon as possible to avoid too many casualties. Full strength. In an instant, Chun Xiu's killing intent reached its peak. The Burning Evil Shura art was activated to the extreme, and the innate killing force field was also activated. Although the innate killing force field was only a sub-theurgy, under the cooperation of the Shura Doppelganger and the Burning Evil Shura art, it exploded with power that surpassed sub-theurgies. It was infinitely close to a lesser theurgy. The 2 ordinary 6-star experts were instantly enveloped. Their minds were in a trance, as if there were corpses and skeletons floating in front of their eyes. Traces of manic killing intent also grew in their hearts. This killing intent was not targeted at Chun Xiu, but a chaotic killing intent that wanted to vent and destroy everywhere. It completely disrupted the calmness that they should have. Cultivators, no matter if they were angry or filled with killing intent, would maintain the calmness that they should have. From there, they would control all their strength and moves to control the situation of the battle. If they lost the calmness that they should have, they would become frenzied. They would also lose the precise control of the battle situation and the precise control of their own strength. It was very dangerous. Now, the 2 experts from the Dripping Blood Tower were in such a situation. They had lost the calmness that they should have in an instant. What awaited them was naturally danger and even death. Chun Xiu slashed out with his sword. The sword light was condensed like a bolt of gray lightning. It was extremely fast and directly pierced through the void, mercilessly attacking. This was the Burning Evil Shura sword technique that had reached a higher level. Naturally, it was an ultimate move that Chun Xiu had created in the Shura secret realm. The sword pierced through the void, mercilessly and without hesitation. It pierced through the forehead of one of the ordinary 6-star experts from the Dripping Blood Tower. The terrifying sword Qi also instantly minced everything in the expert's mind into pieces. Without anything to rely on, the expert's soul was also minced into pieces. The killing intent was extremely dense. The innate killing intent's power was also unparalleled. Once the ultimate move was unleashed, all life was extinguished. In just an instant, an ordinary 6-star expert died. The moment the other expert reacted, the sword light had already turned into a bolt of gray lightning and attacked. The gray lightning seemed to have turned into a world in front of the expert's eyes. The terrifying sword pressure directly enveloped the expert, causing his mind to go numb. Even his limbs seemed to be paralyzed. This was the difference in strength. It was also caused by the envelopment of the innate killing force field and the direct impact of the innate killing intent. The killing intent could destroy one's vitality, directly attack one's spirit and will, and even harm one's soul. It was extremely terrifying. The killing intent that Chun Xiu had mastered was also not to be underestimated. Kill. In just a short time, the 2 ordinary 6-star experts from the Dripping Blood Tower were killed one after another. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. According to the news, the Shura sect should only have 2 6-star experts, 5 5-star experts, and 3 4-star experts left. Then, Chun Xiu's combat strength would be in the 5-star level. But now, It seemed that everyone was wrong. They had all been deceived. How was this a 5-star combat strength? It was at least the combat strength of an elite 6-star expert. Not only were they wrong, but even the Bloodclaw Lord was wrong. Chun Xiu was too terrifying. He hid his strength too well. Little did they know that Chun Xiu was indeed only a 5-star battle prowess, but unfortunately, he wasn't made of flesh and blood. Instead, his body was condensed from a sea of baleful qi and divine ability. Moreover, he cultivated a baleful qi cultivation technique like the infernal Azura technique, comprehended the heavenly baleful Tao insight, and even entered the Azura secret realm to temper himself. He had improved by leaps and bounds. If the Bloodclaw Lord had noticed the changes in the Shura sect a few years ago and taken action, the Shura sect would have been helpless. However, those few years were coincidentally the time when the Bloodclaw Lord was cultivating in seclusion. They missed those few years and only took action now. The news was already outdated. After all, Chun Xiu usually stayed in the Shura secret realm to cultivate. For the past few years, he had not shown any of his strength. Moreover, according to common sense, no matter how fast he improved, the improvement in a few years would be limited. Once he made a mistake, it would affect the whole situation. After killing 2 ordinary 6-star experts, Chun Xiu did not hesitate. He immediately turned into a gray lightning with his sword and charged toward the 5-star experts of the Dripping Blood Tower. As for the 2 elite 6-star experts, the Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King could deal with them. The 4 5-star experts and 3 4-star experts had stayed behind to fight with the Shura sect. No matter what, they could not die. Chun Xiu was extremely fast. He arrived in a flash, and his sword pierced through the sky. Its power was terrifying. Even the 6-star experts were killed, not to mention the 5-star experts who were weaker. No one could block Chun Xiu's sword. Seeing Chun Xiu approaching, the 4 5-star warriors who were trying their best to defend themselves were all heavily injured. It seemed like they would die soon. However, all of a sudden, they unleashed their full power and attacked back without any fear of death. They cooperated with Chun Xiu and suppressed their opponents. Kill! 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 One by one, the 5-star experts of the Dripping Blood Tower were killed by Chun Xiu's sword. The difference in combat strength was really terrifying. It was a one-sided situation. No wonder those people broke their oath and left the Shura sect after hearing the name of the Bloodclaw King. With the obvious difference in combat strength, especially the mastery of their own martial arts, killing people weaker than them was like killing chickens. Seeing the people on their side dying, the 2 elite 6-star experts were terrified. However, they could not afford to lose in the fierce battle. They did not dare to be distracted. Soon, all the 5-star experts of the Dripping Blood Tower were killed by Chun Xiu. Without hesitation, Chun Zong charged toward the 4-star experts. The 4-star experts had already scattered. After all, even the 6-star and 5-star experts were killed, not to mention the 4-star experts. Good. Suddenly, a slightly hoarse and obscure voice sounded from afar. A bloody light appeared, and then half the sky was dyed red. Even the white clouds in the sky were dyed red. It seemed to have covered half the sky, and it transformed into an endless bloody wave that surged and swept over. Ruthless, bloody. That smell made people feel nauseous and uncomfortable as it rushed straight into their nostrils and into their lungs. Under the wave of blood, a figure appeared. He was wearing a long black robe. It was very clear in the bloodlight. Countless wisps of blood were spreading around his body like smoke. The terrifying, murderous intent was like a violent wave. It rushed toward them like the sea. The Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King were shocked. Their skin felt numb, as if it was being stimulated by countless electric currents. The 2 elite 6-star experts of the Dripping Blood Tower immediately took the opportunity to retreat. They quickly went toward the attacker. The other half-step great saints of the Dripping Blood Tower did the same. Greetings, Tower Master. These people bowed in the air as if they were welcoming the arrival of a king. This person was the master of the Dripping Blood Tower, the Bloodclaw King. Chapter 1767. Tomorrow, the third chapter will be released on the public account. Please pay attention to the public account. 6 Paths of Oblivion. On the top of Azura Peak, bloody light filled the air. Bloody clouds surged and dyed half the sky. Chun Xiu's sword made the people of the dripping blood tower tremble with fear. They were so frightened that they almost collapsed. However, the arrival of the Bloodclaw King was like a stabilizing needle that eliminated the fear in their hearts and calmed them down. As a powerful warrior at the peak of the 7-star battle force, he was ranked 7th on the Taishan Supreme Saint ranking. He had once killed an elite 7-star battle force warrior, so he was undoubtedly a super existence. Although there were more powerful 8-star and 9-star experts in the half-step Great Saint realm, there were very few 8-star experts in the entire profound universe realm. As for 9-star experts, so far, there was only one known 9-star expert. Facing Bloodclaw Lord, everyone, including Chun Xiu, looked solemn. The Bloodclaw King was shrouded in a black robe, and even his head was covered. His face couldn't be seen clearly, and only his blood-red eyes flickered with cold light. It was as if he could tear apart the void, causing people's hearts to palpitate. An incomparably terrifying aura surged forth like a torrential flood, mercilessly attacking. Instantly, other than Chun Xiu, everyone was stunned. Silver Blade King and Heaven Battering King were fine. After all, they were strong enough and could resist the aura. But the others couldn't. They couldn't move at all. Terrifying. This Bloodclaw Lord alone was like the arrival of a powerful sect, oppressing everyone with his might. Such power made Chun Xiu even more excited. Bloodclaw Lord's eyes were blazing. He glanced over and stared at Chun Xiu's face with a terrifying pressure. It was as if he wanted to see through Chun Xiu. "You're Chun Xiu?" Bloodclaw Lord's voice was hoarse and obscure. It seemed to be asking, but also seemed to be very certain. "Surrender and come with me. Shura's sect will be safe. Surrender and ask the sword in my hand." Chun Xiu's long sword flew across the sky. His voice was cold. There was a trace of strange cold light in his eyes. Shocking, killing intent circled around him. "Since that's the case, I'll cripple you first." The Bloodclaw Lord's voice was filled with viciousness. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his sleeve. Immediately, a black storm swept out. It rapidly compressed in the blink of an eye, condensing into a black streak of light. There was a smear of scarlet on the edge of the blade, giving off a nauseating stench. In just an instant, the black blade light tore through the void and arrived. However, Chun Xiu had no intention of dodging. He swung his sword horizontally, and the gray sword light was like thunder breaking through the air, condensing an unparalleled murderous intent. The saber light and the sword light collided in an instant. The sword light dissipated in an instant, and as the sword vibrated, the saber light also shattered. The Bloodclaw Monarch was shocked. Even though it was just a casual attack, it was impossible to block it without the power of a 7-star warrior. In other words, Chun Xiu's combat power was at least at the 7-star level. Thinking of this, the Bloodclaw King felt a chill run down his spine. When he received the news, it was Chun Xiu's combat strength from a few years ago. He should be an elite 5-star. However, in just a few years, he was able to possess the combat strength of an ordinary 7-star warrior. It was simply unimaginable. Big secret. This person definitely had a big secret. It was no wonder that the Rakshasa monarch wanted him to act at all costs, and even asked the right emissary to cooperate to capture this person alive. "This is really beyond my expectations." The Bloodclaw monarch sneered. In an instant, without any movement, the black robe suddenly shook in the wind, as if it was fluttering in the air. Chun Xiu's sharp eyes had already caught a glimpse of a shadow. It seemed to have escaped into the void at an astonishing speed and disappeared in an instant. Only Chun Xiu could see this scene. What the others saw was the black robe suddenly fluttering, and the figure under the black robe directly disappeared without a trace. It was as if there was no one under the black robe, and now it was just rippling in the wind. A strong sense of danger suddenly swept over, as if an invisible tide was about to drown him. However, Chun Xiu stood quietly in the void without moving, and the Nirvana evil sword fell naturally. Chun Xiu's senses were raised to the extreme. Other than the differences between cultivation techniques and sword techniques, as well as Dao will, some of the abilities that the original body had mastered were also mastered by the clone. The Blood Claw Monarch's speed was extremely fast, like lightning. Moreover, not only was it fast, but it also seemed to have merged into the void, making it even more difficult to detect. A terrifying, murderous intent was hidden in the void, and when it exploded, it would release an extremely terrifying power. This attack was fatal. Of course, the Blood Claw Monarch would not kill Qinzong, but he wanted to directly cripple Qinzong, or even cripple him, and then capture him alive and hand him to the Rakshasa Monarch. Time passed slowly. Chun Xiu closed his eyes, and his divine consciousness spread out, raising his senses to the extreme. Heart Domain. Chun Xiu also released his Heart Domain. The Heart Domain enveloped the surroundings, and the slightest change was all sensed by him. Immediately, Chun Xiu sensed a blurry figure that seemed to be wandering between the void cracks, circling around him, and slowly approaching him. The Blood Claw Monarch. Chun Xiu did not move, but quietly sensed and waited for the Blood Claw Monarch to come closer, waiting for the best time to attack. If this sword was used, it would definitely kill the Blood Claw Monarch. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Suddenly, the Blood Claw Monarch's speed increased, and he charged towards Chun Xiu like a thunderbolt splitting the void. His figure also turned from invisible to tangible. He was wearing a dark red, tight-fitting martial robe, and his slender body was like a dark red, poisonous snake. In an instant, he twisted and bounced in the void, and his speed increased rapidly, snaking closer. He suddenly grabbed out with both hands, and it seemed to have turned into a bloody claw that directly tore the void apart. With extreme murderous intent, he mercilessly charged towards Chun Xiu. This was the moment. The body of the sword trembled slightly, and an almost undetectable sword hum spread out, fusing into the void. The gray light swept out like a dragon and lightning, turning into layers of ripples that penetrated from the hilt to the tip of the sword. The most powerful killing move, a sword pierced through the void. The gray sword light disappeared in an instant, turning into a thunderbolt that was pure and condensed from baleful intent and baleful chi. It attacked at an extremely shocking speed, leaving a shadow in the void. Heavenly Fiend Sword Art. Evil Shadow. The Heavenly Fiend Sword Art was a new sword art that Chun Xiu created after training in the Azura Secret Realm, combining the accumulation of the burning evil Azura sword art and his own sword art. The first move was Evil Shadow. Chun Xiu did not hold back in this sword. Elite 7-star combat strength. The sword pierced through the void, and the Blood Claw Monarch's hair stood on end. Although he was sure that Chun Xiu had at least 7-star combat strength, he could not help but be shocked when he felt the power of his opponent's sword. Although he had killed an elite 7-star before, it was not that easy. In the blink of an eye, Evil Shadow had already pierced through the void with extremely terrifying murderous intent, mercilessly piercing through the body of the Blood Claw Monarch. However, Chun Xiu's expression changed slightly. This sword did not feel like it had pierced through a physical body. Die! Behind Chun Xiu, a bloody cold light suddenly appeared. The claw seemed to have pierced through the heaven and earth, and the murderous intent burst out without holding back. The real body of the Blood Claw Monarch appeared behind Chun Xiu and attacked. This attack was enough to tear Qinzong's back apart. Of course, Rakshasa Monarch's order was to capture Chun Xiu alive. Hence, the Blood Claw Monarch still held back some of his strength and only severely injured Chun Xiu. Swish! In an instant, Chun Xiu's body was hit by the bloody claw. It pierced through his back and tore downwards. This was not the real body. Under the Heart Domain, Qinzong seemed to be in control of everything. His real body had already moved forward in an instant. Like a cicada shedding its shell, he rushed forward, twisted his waist in midair, and turned around to slash with his sword. It was as if a thunderbolt could destroy a mountain. Clang! A sharp sound reverberated, and the ripples were rolling. Chunzong felt as if his long sword had struck an extremely hard object. The force of the recoil caused his sword to break apart. It was the Bloodclaw Monarch's claw. The moment Chun Xiu's sword body was slightly swayed, the Bloodclaw Monarch's claw slid and hooked onto the sword body. His strength suddenly exploded, pulling the sword body and pulling Chun Xiu closer. The other claw suddenly broke through the air and attacked fiercely, wanting to tear Chun Xiu's shoulder apart. Chun Xiu's left hand's fingers were like a sword, condensing the tyrannical power of the burning, evil Azura skill. He instantly pierced through the air like a giant sword that could destroy mountains. The sword fingers collided with the claw. Chun Xiu felt his fingers tremble as if they were about to break, but he still blocked the attack of the claw. The Nirvana evil sword turned, and with a wonderful technique, it was immediately pulled out from under the opponent's claw and slashed towards the Bloodclaw Monarch's throat. With the sharpness of the Nirvana evil sword, if the Bloodclaw Monarch's neck was cut in half. After all, the Bloodclaw Monarch was an expert who had experienced countless life and death battles. He was powerful and experienced, and his reaction was astonishing. His head tilted back slightly, and he narrowly avoided Chun Xiu's sword slash. The claw also slashed out in an instant. Claw shadows filled the sky, blotting out the sky and covering the earth like a storm. However, Chun Xiu did not retreat at all. With the sword in his hand, he blocked all of the Bloodclaw Monarch's attacks. The two people's attacks were extremely fast, and the battle was extremely fierce. Everyone watching was indescribably shocked. Whether it was the people from the Dripping Blood Tower or the experts from the Shura sect, they were all dumbfounded. Chun Xiu's strength was so powerful. The Silver Blade Monarch and the Heaven Battering King were indescribably shocked. They could not imagine it at all. Of course, they also knew that Chun Xiu was not called Chun Xiu, but Chunzong. Chunzong had also informed them about this. The people from the Dripping Blood Tower were extremely horrified. Although they were all outlaws, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. They actually went to the front door of such a fierce person and even threatened to slaughter the other party's sect. They were simply courting death. This was at least the combat strength of a 7-star elite, and he was able to fight the Bloodclaw Monarch to such an extent. Left Emissary. It seems that with your ability, you won't be able to take down this junior. A voice that sounded like a large bell and was filled with ridicule was suddenly transmitted over from afar. Soon after, a figure swiftly approached. It gradually became clear from an undetectable figure. Chapter 1768. His aura was overbearing and forceful. The moment he appeared, he seemed to be suppressing the sky and earth. The air around him froze instantly, as if it was made of fine steel. This kind of aura was boundlessly tyrannical. It was like an ancient and tyrannical mountain was suppressing the world, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. It also caused Chun Xiu's expression to become serious. Right, Emissary, what are you waiting for? Take him down. Bloodclaw Lord did not care about the other party's mockery and immediately said, Chun Xiu's combat strength was indeed very high. It would be very difficult to capture him alive without killing him. It was also because of this that he had informed the right emissary to help. Although the right emissary mocked him, he knew the severity of the matter. After all, Chun Xiu was someone that Rakshasa Lord wanted to capture alive. He was very important and could not afford to lose him. In an instant, the right emissary made his move. His broad shoulders shook slightly, and the sound of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. The void shook and the air exploded. The right emissary's thick and long left arm was like a giant python coming out of its cave. It rushed out at an astonishing speed with a violent aura. His 5 fingers were spread open like a giant python, opening its bloody mouth to devour its prey. Chun Xiu felt that the world in front of him was suddenly shrouded in darkness. A giant palm, like the mouth of a mountain python, suddenly rushed towards him and bit him. This move was extremely exquisite. It was a combination of strength and technique. It gave Qin Xiu a feeling that he could not avoid it no matter what. It was as if he could only wait obediently in the face of this move and be captured by the other party. He is Lord Manshan. Qin Xiu's heart skipped a beat when he heard the exclamation. Lord Manshan. He was also one of the super experts on the Taishan Supreme Sage board. Bloodclaw Lord was ranked 7th, and Lord Manshan was ranked 6th. It could be said that the top 10 experts on the Taishan Supreme Sage board were all tyrannical existences that could suppress elite 7-star experts. They might not necessarily be 8-star experts, but they were definitely top 7-star experts. Qin Xiu also noticed another point, which was the way Bloodclaw Lord and Lord Manshan addressed each other. Left emissary, right emissary. Together, they were the left and right emissaries. It sounded simple, but the meaning behind it was not. Left and right emissaries. This form of address often meant that the two of them were in cahoots. Furthermore, they were subordinates of a certain power or a certain person. Both of them had the battle prowess of a top 7-star. Who could control them? Without a doubt, it was most likely an expert with even higher battle prowess. 8-star? 9 stars? Without a doubt, it was the mastermind behind the left and right messengers who wanted to deal with him and the Shura's sect. While Qin Xiu's mind was racing, the barbarian Mountain King's hand had already reached Qin Xiu. It covered the sky and completely sealed off Qin Xiu's surroundings. It was as if even his body was imprisoned. He swung his sword. The Nirvana evil sword was incomparably sharp and instantly tore apart the sealed void. Qin Xiu's figure also turned into a wisp of gray lightning and instantly shuttled back and forth, avoiding the attack of King Manshan. The blood-colored claw reached out soundlessly, as if it was going to pierce through half of Qin Xiu's body. It was the Blood Claw King who had grasped the opportunity with great precision. Barbarian Mountain King's attack missed its target, so he immediately attacked again. His right arm shook violently, as if it was capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. His attack was coordinated with Bloodclaw King's attack. The combination of two top 7-star combatants was no doubt terrifying. In just an instant, Qin Xiu was in danger. In terms of combat strength, the current Qin Xiu was only at the elite 7-star level. He had not stepped into the 8-star level yet. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would not be impossible for him to win in the end. However, it was a one-on-two battle. Freedom State. Without hesitation, Qin Xiu also used the Freedom State. Since his original body had mastered this state, his doppelganger would naturally be able to do the same in a short period of time. In his eyes, a few wisps of silvery white color spread out. Qin Xiu instantly entered a mysterious state. His control over his body reached an astonishing level. His perception of his surroundings was also enhanced to the extreme. In this state, the impossible became possible. It was like a wisp of gray smoke that gradually spread out with a gust of wind. It dissipated in the air and turned into nothingness. Whether it was the Bloodclaw King's attack or the Barbarian Mountain King's attack, they both missed. This scene instantly shocked the two of them. Both the Bloodclaw King and the Barbarian Mountain King's eyes were filled with intense disbelief and shock. He actually escaped from the joint attack of the two of them. Other than the 8-star level, who among the 7-star level could do this? Without much time to think, two rays of sword light tore through the sky like lightning and instantly arrived at the two of them. He actually attacked the two of them with one sword. It was a one-on-two battle. The Barbarian Mountain King and the Bloodclaw King were secretly furious. After all, they were experts in the top 10 of the Great Saint leaderboard. Their combat strength was strong, and they were famous for their ferocity. Now, the two of them actually had to join forces to deal with the junior. If word got out, they would lose face. However, in order to complete the mission given by their master, they had to do this. Full force explosion. Boom! The void shook and bloodlight filled the sky. It was as if there was a sea of blood surging endlessly. Every wave was in the shape of a claw. It was extremely terrifying. It was as if an ancient mountain was condensed. The mountain shadows overlapped and spread out in all directions, suppressing the world. In an instant, Chun Xiu felt that the pressure on his body was even greater and heavier. However, it did not affect him at all. This was because, under the freedom state, he had completely eliminated all negative effects and disadvantages. He maintained his peak state. In this state, although Chun Xiu's combat strength did not directly increase, he was more resilient. Even an 8-star expert would find it difficult to defeat him. The battle between the 3 7-star experts became more and more intense. Terrifying shockwaves spread out. It was as if the sky was about to collapse and the void was about to shatter. The shockwaves hit the Great Encirclement Formation. In an instant, the Great Encirclement Formation shook violently. It was as if it would collapse at any time. The collision between elite 7-star experts was too shocking. Even a 6-star expert would find it difficult to withstand such power. Chun Xiu realized this. His body flashed and turned into a ray of light, escaping into the distance in an instant. The Barbarian Mountain King and the Blood Claw King immediately chased after him. Fight, fight, fight! Under the freedom state, Chun Xiu's control and application of every bit of his strength had reached a terrifying level. He could completely resist the joint attack of the Barbarian Mountain King and the Blood Claw King. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Whether it was the experts from the Dripping Blood Tower or the Shura sect, they were all stunned. How could this be? How could he be so strong? Again and again, he refreshed their understanding and exceeded their limits. It was unbelievable. It was as if they were dreaming. The Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King looked at each other. They clearly remembered that Chun Zong was only a Saint Realm expert a few years ago. Now, in just a few years, his combat strength had soared to such an amazing level. He had completely surpassed them. Thinking of this, the two of them could not help but smile bitterly. They really could not describe the state of their hearts at this time. It was a kind of honor and a kind of helplessness. Thinking about it, if those people of the same generation as Chun Zong knew about it, they would probably be shrouded in a shadow. This was a peerless genius who would dominate an era or even several eras. The level of the battle in front of them was completely beyond them. They could only watch and hope that Chun Zong could win. They thought that Chun Xiu was Chun Zong. After all, they did not know that it was actually Chun Zong's clone. There was no need for Chun Xiu to make a move. Chun Xiu alone with his sword was enough to deal with them. Unknowingly, Chun Xiu also treated the two of them as opponents to hone his skills. After all, the two of them were top 7-star experts. Moreover, they were working together. Fight! No rest. No more. The more the battle went on, the more frightened the Barbarian Mountain King and the Blood Claw King were. How could this be? Even with the two of them working together, they could not suppress and capture the other party. What was the secret of the person that their master wanted to capture alive? The two of them could not help but feel a headache. In a situation where they could not kill the other party, even if they used all their strength, it was inevitable that they would be restrained. However, the other party's sword was merciless. If there was even the slightest chance, the other party would kill them directly. After another fierce battle, the aftermath surged and shattered the world, leaving countless cracks. The Barbarian Mountain King and the Blood Claw King suddenly burst out with a powerful attack. The Barbarian Mountain King's punch was like a black, tyrannical mountain. It was as swift as a meteor and carried with it a terrifying, destructive force that could destroy everything. The phantom of a scarlet giant scorpion suddenly appeared on the Blood Claw King's body. The tail was very long and emitted a fishy smell that was suffocating. In an instant, the giant scorpion's tail trembled and turned into a scarlet phantom. With extreme killing intent, it mercilessly pierced through the air and pierced towards Chun Zong. Killer move. The two of them very tacitly used their killer moves. An extremely strong sense of danger arose spontaneously, as if it was going to drown Chun Xiu. His expression did not change, and his eyes were cold and calm. Murderous shadow. In an instant, Chun Zong consecutively attacked with his sword. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, like lightning flashing through the air. Then, the long sword was erected, like an incense stick facing the sky. Chunshio's expression became even colder. His long hair fluttered without wind, as if it was soaring into the sky, and his long robe rustled. An extremely terrifying, murderous intent instantly surged into the Nirvana evil sword. The heavenly ferocious Tao will, the second level of the supreme realm. That's right, Chunshio had already comprehended the heavenly ferocious Tao will to the second level of the supreme realm. The benefits that the Azura mystic realm brought to Chunshio were extremely shocking. At this moment, Chunshio was going all out. The sword slashed through in an instant as if it was played down. It was like smoke rising in spirals, like smoke rising slowly from a kitchen chimney, and also like the roar of thunder. It was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. This was an extremely terrifying sword move. The first form of the heavenly ferocious sword technique was called the Evil Shadow. It condensed the murderous aura and murderous intent and focused on speed. It was extremely fast, and the sword would arrive as soon as it was drawn. And now, it was the second form, which Chunshio had created himself not long ago. It was not perfect yet, but it could be used. This form was different from the Evil Shadow. In terms of speed, it was inferior to the Evil Shadow, but in terms of direct killing power, it was far superior. The second form of the heavenly ferocious sword technique, Sword Massacre, an extremely terrifying murderous intent condensed in the sword body. With Chunshio's strength, it instantly attacked. An extremely stunning killing arc like a crescent moon tore through the void and charged towards the Blood Claw King. This sword was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 1769. The third chapter of The Lone God has been updated. Please follow the official account. 6 Paths of Oblivion. The crescent moon was like a heavenly saber splitting the sky, pressing forward with indomitable will. Nothing in the world could block its sharpness, nor could it block its cutting. Kill. Bloodclaw Lord was terrified. He felt that his mind, will, and soul were all being torn apart and destroyed by the terrifying sword light. Burst. Completely burst. The giant scorpion shadow suddenly shone brightly and became more solid. The blood hook pierced fiercely again, bursting with a terrifying power that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. It was a full-force attack. The Sword Massacre move collided with Bloodclaw Lord's full-force attack. They paused for a moment and resisted each other. An ear-piercing sound was heard, as if a sword and a saber were cutting each other. The terrifying force continued to wreak havoc. Barbarian Mountain King attacked again. Boom! Boom! Both of his fists were condensed with a terrifying power that was as strong as a mountain. He punched out continuously, and each punch could shatter a mountain. As he punched out continuously, it was as if the void was completely smashed and shattered, turning into a vacuum ruin. Chunshio's expression didn't change, but his body twisted in an instant, doing all kinds of unbelievable and illogical actions. The Nirvana evil sword cut through the void, and the sword light was straight and sharp, as if it could cut the void like cutting a cake. The seemingly disorderly sword slashes were like a child scribbling. However, they were able to separate each of Barbarian Mountain King's punches, causing them to be unable to combine their powers. Barbarian Mountain King was horrified by such a precise grasp of martial arts. Both Barbarian Mountain King and Bloodclaw Lord had secretly agreed that they would capture this person no matter what to complete the mission given by their lord. Although this person was very strong and could fight against the two of them, it was only temporary. At the end of the battle, his strength would be consumed and his strength would be weakened. At that time, it would be the time for him to be killed. What they did not know was that Chunshio's strength would not be weakened even if his strength was consumed in the self-freedom state. On the other hand, Barbarian Mountain King and Bloodclaw Lord's strength would be affected as their strength was consumed. Gradually, Barbarian Mountain King and Bloodclaw Lord felt that they were being suppressed and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. This discovery made the two of them feel their blood run cold. They couldn't understand it at all. To them, The realm of self and freedom was too far away. They had never heard of it before, so they had no idea what it was. Left emissary. If we continue fighting like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat him. King Mansion's voice rang in King Bloodclaw's ears. Of course, he didn't say the rest. They would not be able to do anything to the other party. In fact, they might even be suppressed by the other party. Bloodclaw King also understood this. The only thing we can do now is to retreat temporarily and report this matter to the master, Bloodclaw King replied. The other party's strength was completely unexpected. It was not that they were too weak, but that the other party was too strong. He was no longer someone that they and the right emissary could deal with. Only the Lord himself could suppress him. The two of them changed their minds and finished their discussion, preparing to leave. Both of them struck out fiercely. Their energy surged, and the aftershock was like a surging tide. It surged, and the impact was endless, drowning Chen Xiao. At the same time, King Manshan and King Bloodclaw fled in different directions at their fastest speed. They used their movement techniques to escape. He escaped. One of the Dripping Blood Tower's experts was stunned. His jaw almost dropped. Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. King Bloodclaw and King Manshan, who were ranked 7th and 6th on the Great Saint ranking, were terrifying experts who could stop children from crying at night. They had joined forces to deal with a junior, but they had escaped. Was this a dream? Their escape was also out of Chen Xiu's expectations. But Chen Xiu, who was in the realm of self and freedom, reacted extremely quickly. Without hesitation, Chen Zong chased after King Bloodclaw. As for King Manshan, he ignored him for the time being. Where is Luosha King? Chen Xiu's speed was astonishing. Like a sword light that could split heaven and earth, he flew past in an instant and chased after King Bloodclaw. At the same time, his cold voice rang in King Bloodclaw's ears. King Bloodclaw couldn't help but tremble. Luosha King. He actually knew the Lord. King Bloodclaw had no idea what had happened thousands of years ago, so he didn't understand why the Lord would name this person and want to capture him. It seemed that there was some enmity between the two sides. Tell me, and I'll spare your life. Chen Xiu's voice rang out again, but King Bloodclaw sneered. Spare my life. Although Chen Xiu was powerful, he wasn't weak either. Although he couldn't capture Chen Xiu, it was impossible for Chen Xiu to kill him. Since you don't want to talk, I'll send you on your way. Chen Xiu's voice rang in King Bloodclaw's ears again. Suddenly, an extremely strong sense of danger exploded in King Bloodclaw's mind. Chen Xiu's body trembled slightly as he stood in the void. His eyes suddenly flashed with traces of flowing light. The flowing light was gray and chaotic. It was filled with a trace of nirvana life chi fluctuation, and it was filled with death chi and death will. Evil eye of nirvana. Through continuous cultivation and the continuous improvement of his base strength, Chen Xiu's mastery of the evil eye of nirvana had reached a level of great success. The evil eye of nirvana was a minor superpower that was cultivated by supreme Saint Realm experts. It was difficult to cultivate this superpower before reaching the supreme Saint Realm. However, Chen Xiu's body was very compatible with a minor superpower, so it was easier for him to cultivate it. When the evil eye of nirvana reached the level of great success, not only did its power increase, but also became more flexible. In an instant, an evil wheel of nirvana condensed in each of his eyes. Death light filled the air, and the death will became more intense. Nirvana death light. Two gray lights filled with a thick death chi shot out from Chen Xiu's evil wheels like two sword lights. Fast. It was incomparably fast, like an aurora piercing through the sky. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. In just an instant, it had closed in on King Bloodclaw. King Bloodclaw's hair stood on end, and a chill spread throughout his body as he trembled. It was too late to dodge. King Bloodclaw also found that he couldn't avoid it. He was completely locked on by the two lights. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would smash it. The giant scorpion shadow appeared again, and its long and thick tail suddenly shook. The scarlet light was extremely intense. King Bloodclaw also gave his all. He used his strongest attack just to block the two terrifying gray lights. In an instant, one of the Nirvana Death Light was shattered, but the giant scorpion shadow also started to crack, starting from the end of its tail. The other Nirvana Death Light hit King Bloodclaw like a hot knife through butter. King Bloodclaw's body stopped instantly, and he couldn't move anymore. With the Nirvana Death Light as the center, the gray color spread out layer by layer like ripples. Soon, the entire chest was dyed gray, and it didn't stop spreading to his neck and limbs. King Bloodclaw kept trembling, and his eyes bulged as if he was struggling. He used all his strength to resist, but he was defeated. Death spread in his body, and his vitality was quickly being extinguished. Chun Xiu quickly closed in like lightning, and his sword slashed through the air. Evil Shadow. The gray sword light was like a thunderbolt breaking through the air, piercing through the void, and piercing through the forehead of King Bloodclaw, who couldn't move at all. The terrifying sword intent and sword chi invaded his mind, shattering his soul. At this point, the infamous house master of the Dripping Blood Tower, the powerful and ruthless seventh on the Great Saint ranking, King Bloodclaw, was dead. And the one who killed him was the supreme elder of the Shura sect, Chun Xiu. After killing King Bloodclaw, Chun Xiu also exited the state of freedom and immediately felt weak. Activating the state of freedom would constantly increase the consumption of one's essence, chi, and spirit. The second, and most important, was the use of the Nirvana Death Light. The power of a minor superpower was extraordinary, but the consumption was also shocking. The two Nirvana Death Lights had directly consumed most of Chun Xiu's essence, chi, and spirit. Currently, Chun Xiu could only use such an attack, and it was difficult for him to use it a second time. Fortunately, he finally killed King Bloodclaw. If King Bloodclaw and King Manshan didn't escape in different directions, Chun Xiu wouldn't have used the Nirvana Death Light. Otherwise, he would only be able to kill one, and it would be difficult for him to maintain the state of freedom. His strength would be greatly reduced, and he wouldn't be a match for the other. Originally, King Bloodclaw and King Manshan planned to leave separately, making it harder for the other party to chase after them. They didn't expect to be outsmarted, resulting in King Bloodclaw's death. After standing still for a while to recover some of his essence, chi, and spirit, Chun Xiu took King Bloodclaw's storage ring and quickly returned to the Shura sect. The people of the Dripping Blood Tower had already escaped. Seeing Chun Xiu return, Silver Blade King, Heaven Battering King, and the others were relieved. "Chun, brother, are you okay?" Silver Blade King immediately asked. "I'm fine. King Bloodclaw has been killed." Chun Xiu spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner, and his words were instantly like a thunderclap that shook the minds of everyone to the point of being dazed and confused. The infamous King Bloodclaw was dead? Was this an auditory hallucination? Or was this a dream? Let's return to the sect. Chun Xiu glanced at them and took the lead to fly in the direction of the Shura sect. Everyone was still in shock. Then, they followed Chun Zong back to the Shura sect. Once back at the Shura sect, Chun Xiu immediately entered the Shura secret realm to recover his strength. Inside, the recovery speed would be more than 10 times faster than outside. Everyone in the Shura sect also knew about the news. The powerful enemy of the Dripping Blood Tower was defeated, and the leader of the Dripping Blood Tower, King Bloodclaw, was also killed by the Supreme Elder Chun Xiu. The disciples were of a lower level, so the news didn't affect them as much. However, the elders and the sect leader were completely stunned. Their minds were frozen, and they couldn't react at all. Before this, they were still worried that even a group of half-step Great Saint experts with at least 4-star battle strength would break the oath and escape. Now, the crisis was resolved, and the powerful enemy was directly killed. Good. The sect leader woke up, and he was still very excited. He couldn't help but roar, venting the indescribable excitement in his heart. Several elders also reacted, and their bodies trembled. They were too excited. Not only did the crisis of the Shura sect resolve, It also meant that from now on, the Shura sect would have an expert who was at least in the top 10 of the Great Saint ranking. Chapter 1770. In the sky above Tai Luo City of the ultimate profound world, a figure with an incomparably powerful aura emanated from his body. His aura was as shocking as a mountain as he flew across the void, as if he could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Then a roar resounded in all directions, as mighty as a giant wave. It was Lord Barbarian Mountain. Lord Barbarian Mountain's strength was shocking. The cultivation technique that he cultivated focused on his aura and strength. Therefore, his speed was not good enough. Of course, the so-called not good enough was relative. Lord Barbarian Mountain's combat strength was as high as a 7-star elite. He was very powerful, and his speed was not slow. Even a 6-star elite could not compare with him. Lord Barbarian Mountain's flying speed was much faster than an ordinary 7-star elite. Of course, there was still a gap between him and most of the 7-star elite. How can this person be so powerful? Lord Barbarian Mountain was still in shock. When he received the message from the left emissary, Lord Bloodclaw, asking for help, he did not think much of it. However, he had to go because of his master's order. He did not expect that everything would be out of his control. With the left and right emissaries' combined strength, they could not take down Lord Barbarian Mountain. Even in a 2-on-1 battle, they could not suppress Lord Barbarian Mountain. As the battle dragged on, they felt that they were suppressed by Lord Barbarian Mountain. Lord Barbarian Mountain sensed that something was wrong. However, he could not go against his master's order and kill Lord Barbarian Mountain. Thus, he could only retreat temporarily and report this matter to his master. Perhaps his master would have to take action personally. Lord Barbarian Mountain did not know that Lord Bloodclaw had been killed by Qin Xiao. If he had not exhausted his essence, chi, and spirit, he would have been pursued by Lord Barbarian Mountain. Lord Barbarian Mountain's speed was not slow. He flew at full speed towards the outside of Tai Luo City to report this matter to his master. He did not choose to go to the Void Temple in Tai Luo City because he was worried that he would be intercepted. He wanted to leave Tai Luo City first and go to the neighboring area. He wanted to use the Void Gate in the Void Temple to get to his master faster. As he was flying, Lord Barbarian Mountain suddenly saw a white-robed figure standing in the air in front of him. The white-robed figure was motionless with his back facing Lord Barbarian Mountain. "Get lost!" Lord Barbarian Mountain shouted angrily. A terrifying aura suddenly rushed out. However, the white-robed figure did not move in the slightest. He was not affected in the slightest. Soon after, King Manshan saw the faint smile on the other party's face when he turned around. His face was filled with shock, and he looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His hair stood on end, and he was extremely shocked. His incomparably strong body suddenly came to a complete stop, following which, without any hesitation, he immediately charged in another direction. Horrifying. At this moment, the Barbarian Mountain King's heart was filled with horror, causing his hair to stand on end. Why would this person appear here? From the looks of it, he had been waiting for a long time. However, he did not feel any pursuit along the way. When he escaped, he saw the other party chasing after the Bloodclaw King with his own eyes. If he had that kind of speed, he would have surpassed the 7-star level. He would definitely be at the 8-star level. Barbarian Luo. The previous one was wearing a gray robe, but this one was wearing a white robe. Lord Barbarian Mountain's mind was in a mess. He did not think much about it. He just wanted to escape. However, he could not escape. That was because the white-robed figure was chasing after him. The distance between them was shortening rapidly. "You can't escape." A calm yet cold voice sounded in his ears, sending chills down King Manshan's spine. "Who are you?" Lord Barbarian Mountain shouted. It was not that he was not brave enough. What he had encountered today was totally unexpected. It overturned his beliefs again and again. "Didn't Lord Luosha ask you to deal with me?" Chunzong said with a smile. Yes, this person was Chunzong. He was not Chun Xiu's doppelganger. Chunzong knew that Chun Xiu was fighting with Lord Barbarian Mountain and Lord Bloodclaw. He did not appear immediately. Instead, he watched. After all, if he appeared, he would expose the secret of Chunzong and his doppelganger. Fortunately, Chunxiu's strength was strong enough. He was not at a disadvantage even when fighting against two opponents. Originally, Chunzong thought that after returning from the eternal battle fort and comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth, he had improved greatly in all aspects. His combat strength had soared, and he should have surpassed Chunxiu. He did not expect Chunxiu's doppelganger to be so strong. However, when he thought about it, it was not impossible. It was reasonable. After all, Chunxiu's doppelganger was formed by the divine form Azura. It did not belong to the body of flesh and blood. It was like a body formed by Chunzong's consciousness in the eternal battle fort. Of course, in terms of physique level, Azura's doppelganger's physique definitely surpassed the mortal physique and reached the level of spiritual physique. Chunzong could not tell whether it was a middle-grade spiritual physique or a higher-grade spiritual physique. However, he estimated that it must be above the low-grade spiritual physique. Chunzong knew how amazing it was to obtain a low-grade spiritual physique in the eternal battle fort. Chunxiu had such a physique from the beginning. That was why he could improve in such a short period of time. Such a physique had great benefits. However, it also had some limitations. Cultivation. For example, Chunzong's low-grade spiritual physique in the eternal battle fort had to be in a place with dense qi of heaven and earth to cultivate quickly. It was the same for Chunxiu. His improvement would be slow in a place without evil spirits. He would only be at the level of an ordinary genius. However, if he was in a place with dense evil spirits, he could reach the level of a peerless genius. The Azura Secret Realm was a place with dense evil spirits. Chunxiu was like a fish in water when he cultivated there. It was reasonable that he could improve by leaps and bounds. 1 year in the eternal battle fort was equivalent to 10 years in the Tianyuan sacred region. Chunzong's consciousness had stayed in the eternal battle fort for less than a year. Several years had passed in the Tianyuan sacred region. It was normal for Chunxiu's strength to improve. Since that was the case, there was no need for Chunzong's real body to show up. However, King Manshan could not be let go of. Since Chunxiu could not chase after him, Chunzong would leave it to Chunzong. After various breakthroughs, Chunzong's divine will have become stronger. He could now teleport himself from Bewildering Light Island to any place in Tai Luo City. Thus, he waited for King Manshan to appear. "Where is Luo Sha King now?" Chunzong asked again. His voice was like the wind, pouring into King Manshan's ears. King Manshan did not reply. Instead, he gathered all his strength and flew at full speed. However, Chunzong had already caught up. The sunken night sword was unsheathed and streaked across the sky. The speed of the sword was astonishing. It was like a black star shooting towards King Manshan. The sharp aura made King Manshan's heart tremble. "Dodge!" Chunzong turned around and struck out with his palm. The punch was ordinary and not fast. It was like pushing open a door. However, it was filled with an astonishing aura. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. A storm raged and roared. That palm brought about an incomparably terrifying might, as if it was capable of destroying mountains. Everything was compressed and condensed to become incomparably hard. It was as if an invisible wall with sword shadows was rampaging about, and it was also as if an ancient and majestic mountain was moving. Mountain pushing palm. The tyrannical strength of an elite 7-star battle strength was vividly demonstrated by this palm. Even though he was shocked and fearful, Barbarian Mountain King did not hold back in the slightest when he truly attacked. He attacked without any fear. This kind of combat strength was obviously much more tyrannical than that of the Blood Killer King, which made Chunzong excited. The Blood Killing King was indeed very strong. However, compared to Chunzong, it was not enough. He could kill him with one strike. Then, what about King Manshan, an elite 7-star battle strength? How many strikes could he block? Even Chunxiu's doppelganger could not kill such an expert with his sword techniques. He could only use the evil eye of obliteration's obliteration ray. In that case, could he kill it? He was not sure, but he was eager to try. In the face of King Mansion's palm, Chunzong did not have the slightest intention of dodging. His body rushed forward like lightning and immediately slashed out with his sword. The Sunken Knight's sword was extremely sharp. It tore through everything between heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. A hole was torn in the palm that was as powerful and overbearing as a mountain. The hole could not be seen, but it could be felt. The sword spirit cultivated by the perfected Taichu sword origin technique was extremely sharp. Its earth-shattering characteristics were further enhanced. After tearing through the palm, Chunzong was like a hot knife through butter. His body was like a sword light that was indomitable. He did not look back. Approaching, swinging the sword light was dark and sharp. King Mansion's expression changed drastically. He did not dare to meet it head-on. He felt that there was a terrifying sharpness condensed in the sword light. It was as if it could tear through everything in the world. His physique was quite strong. The defensive power of the cultivation technique he cultivated was also very strong. However, he was not confident that he could withstand it. Approaching, the infinite martial extreme chainsword was immediately used for close-range combat. King Manshan was also good at close-range combat. As his fists and palms changed, each strike carried a powerful and terrifying power. It was as if he was using a long spear as an embroidery needle. However, the embroidery needle was as powerful as a spear. The combination of the two brought a lot of pressure to Chunzong. Sure enough, a 7-star expert with top-notch combat strength was not to be underestimated. His strength was extremely shocking. However, such an opponent would make one's blood boil. Without activating the freedom state, Chunzong fought with his normal state and strength. In close-range combat, he performed his sword techniques to the extreme. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. The sword light was endless. It was either flicking, cutting, or slashing. It constantly dissolved the opponent's powerful attacks. At the same time, it was counterattacking. Every strike was able to tear apart the opponent's chi and threaten King Mansion's life. Chapter 1771. The clouds in the sky were vast and mighty, and the terrifying energy tore them into pieces. A fierce battle. The battle between the top 7-star combatants was extremely intense. Chunzong treated Barbarian Mountain King as a training target, while Barbarian Mountain King wanted to survive. The improvement in his cultivation, Dao insight, sword technique, and various other aspects allowed Chunzong's strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Even if he fought a formidable expert like King Manshan, he wouldn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. Under his formidable cultivation, Dao insight, and exceedingly high attainments in sword techniques, even if it was only an ordinary sword strike, it would still be able to erupt with extremely shocking might. The more they fought, the more shocked King Manshan was. At the same time, he was filled with doubts. It was different from the previous battle. This person's swordsmanship was also different. It did not mean that the swordsmanship was different, but the style was different. Different swordsmanship only meant that he had practiced many different swordsmanship. Different styles meant different concepts of swordsmanship. Compared to the previous person, this person only looked the same, but they were not the same person. In fact, King Mansion's guess was right. Chunzong and Chunxiu were indeed two different people. Chunzong was completely immersed in the battle, further mastering his strength that had increased by leaps and bounds. Although he had not entered the state of self-freedom, the feeling of gradually mastering all his strength was wonderful. Chunzong's powerful body refining cultivation gave him an extraordinary physique. Not only could he withstand more powerful attacks, but he also had stronger stamina and endurance, so he could withstand longer battles. King Mansion's physique was also very strong, but it was only a side effect of his cultivation method. It was not as strong as Chunzong's. When the brutal fist collided with Chunzong's sword, the power carried by the sword instantly exploded, as if it was going to destroy King Manshan. Every time, King Manshon would feel his arms tremble slightly. Once or twice was nothing, but when it happened too many times, his arms gradually became numb and his reaction slowed down. Heart intense sword style. Heartbeat. In an instant, Chunzong struck out with his sword. He didn't seem to be in any position, but the moment he thought about it, the sword light had already condensed into a single point and was aimed directly at King Mansion's heart. The barbarian mountain king felt his heart tremble violently. It was as if his blood essence was flowing in reverse. His strength was instantly impacted, and he paused for a moment. The sword had already arrived. This sword was created based on the line of heaven and earth. It had the extreme speed and astonishing sharpness of the line of heaven and earth, and it also had an indescribable power that could guide one's mind. However, the Barbarian Mountain Lord wasn't someone the Bloodkill Lord could compare to. Even in the face of danger, he was able to react quickly. All of his power burst out in an instant. His entire body seemed to have expanded by a large size. A terrifying aura burst out like a mountain flood, rushing in all directions. The Barbarian Mountain King roared like a giant beast. He gathered all the strength in his body. His blood and chi flowed in the opposite direction. His face instantly turned red. He pushed the mountain with his palms and blasted it forward with terrifying power. However, the power of this palm was directly pierced through by the heart-stirring sword. It pressed forward with an irresistible force. The Barbarian Mountain King's body shook. He quickly retreated and narrowly avoided the heart-stirring sword. At that moment, he felt as if his heart had been pierced. Heart-stirring sword. Chunzong stabbed out with his sword again. A touch of crimson spread out. It was the power of the Blood Thunder Force. This sword was even more powerful with the help of the Blood Thunder Force. He couldn't completely avoid this sword. However, his subconscious that had been tempered thousands of times completely broke out in this life and death crisis. He turned his body slightly to avoid the vital parts, but his shoulder was instantly pierced by the sunken knight sword. Dying. Enduring the pain of his shoulder being pierced, the Barbarian Mountain King tightened his shoulder muscles and clamped the sunken knight sword in an instant. He raised his right hand, and the large veins on his arm were entrenched like pythons. Terrifying power poured into it, and he punched out with the intent of a unique skill. The mountain moved horizontally and collapsed in an instant. The world was shaken. Chunzong was shocked by this punch. If he was hit, no matter how strong his body was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. He would be seriously injured in an instant, or even killed. Suddenly, the sunken knight's sword that was clamped by the Barbarian Mountain King's shoulder was pulled out smoothly. The black and white sword light shone in an instant and surrounded Chunzong's body, turning into a black and white wheel. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. It rotated like lightning. The first move of the Yin-Yang sword technique, Yin-Yang sword wheel. This move was based on the mystery of the Yin and Yang sword realm and incorporated many other mysteries, especially the mystery of the martial arts of the lineage of heaven and earth. Finally, it was self-created. The Yin-Yang sword wheel not only had the amazing defensive power of the Yin and Yang sword realm, but also carried a rebounding force. As long as an attack fell on it, not only would it be blocked by the defense, but part of the force would also be rebounded and hit the attacker. The power of the Barbarian Mountain King's punch was extremely strong. It directly hit the Yin-Yang sword wheel and was immediately blocked. At the same time, the rotating Yin-Yang sword wheel trembled slightly and a force was immediately guided. It circled around the Yin-Yang sword wheel and rushed toward the Barbarian Mountain King. This force was equal to half of the force of the Barbarian Mountain King's punch. It was also very powerful. Caught off guard, the Barbarian Mountain King's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. Heart intense sword style, heart stirring. The moment the Barbarian Mountain King was hit by the rebounding force of the Yin-Yang sword wheel, Chunzong immediately changed his sword move and performed the heart stirring move again. The Barbarian Mountain King was hit by the rebounding force of the Yin-Yang sword wheel. His heart trembled, and he couldn't avoid this sword move. Mercilessly, A streak of sword light shot out like a dark star and penetrated the barbarian mountain king's heart in an instant. The extremely terrifying sword chi exploded from the barbarian mountain king's heart and killed him instantly. As long as the barbarian mountain king was made of flesh and blood, the barbarian mountain king's heart was a weak point. Although the attack wouldn't kill him directly, it would still injure him. Moreover, the barbarian mountain king's heart was not only pierced but also minced. Of course, with the barbarian mountain king's strength, he wouldn't die immediately even if his heart was minced. However, he felt that all the power in his body was rapidly draining away. Master won't let you go. The barbarian mountain king roared angrily and gathered the last of his power to reverse the flow and rush into his chi si. He was about to explode immediately. Even if he died, he wanted to drag Chun Zong down with him. At the very least, he wanted to injure him and make him miserable. Unexpectedly, Chun Zong sensed the barbarian mountain king's intention. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. The dark sword light tore through the void and swept past the barbarian mountain king's neck. Decapitation. He was an expert, ranked 6th on the Taishan Supreme Saint board. Now, he was killed by a junior who was much younger than him. It was a tragedy. Originally, he didn't need to die, since he couldn't get the whereabouts of the Rakshasa king from the other party, and the other party was so determined to explode and drag him down with him, he could only act decisively and kill him. After killing him, the storage ring of the barbarian mountain king would naturally belong to Chun Zong. In the next moment, Chun Zong's figure disappeared and appeared on bewildering Light Island. With my current combat strength, I don't even fear an ordinary 8-star expert, Chun Zong thought to himself. To be able to contend with an ordinary 8-star expert, his improvement was not small. Chun Zong was even confident that he could survive against an elite 8-star expert. As for 9-star experts, they were extremely rare. In the entire Taishan realm, there was only one known. Perhaps there were more in secret, but definitely not many. It was too difficult to increase one's combat strength at the level of a half-step great saint. Now, it's time to settle the grudges of the past. Chun Zong thought to himself as a cold smile appeared on his face. Tian Mingzi of the Thousand Spear Pavilion. There were also some half-step great saints from the Upper Yuan realm who had forced him into a corner, and the 5 Bewildering Light saints who had taken him hostage and forced him to escape into the Bewildering Light Sea. Even though he didn't die after entering the Bewildering Light Ocean, and even obtained an incredible opportunity that allowed his cultivation and strength to advance by leaps and bounds, allowing him to soar to the point where he could kill an elite 7-star warrior in less than 10 years. Grudges were grudges, and it was time to settle them. Only then would his heart be clear. Now, with the strength of Chun Zong's divine mind, he could freely appear anywhere in the Taishan realm or the Upper Yuan realm. If one day his divine mind was further strengthened, he might be able to use the power of the Bewildering Light realm to appear anywhere in the Tianyuan sacred region. This was much more powerful than the Void Temple. The Void Temple had a mysterious origin. It seemed to have a great saint expert behind it, and its forces were spread across the Tianyuan sacred region. But there was one thing. The Void Temple couldn't teleport between realms. He didn't know if it was because they couldn't teleport or because they didn't want to. After all, there was a natural chasm between realms. For example, between the Xianyuan realm and the Upper Yuan realm was the Sunken Bone Abyss. Between the Upper Yuan realm and the Taishan realm was the Bewildering Light Sea. But within a realm, the Void Temple's teleportation was extremely fast. Previously, Chun Zong didn't use the Void Temple's teleportation because he wanted to train himself. But now, he didn't need to use the Void Temple. In an instant, Chun Zong appeared in the Upper Yuan realm. He didn't act immediately, but first recovered his exhausted divine mind. The spirit control technique was activated, and the power of his divine mind was recovered at an astonishing speed. When his divine mind was fully recovered, Chun Zong began to enter the city. The reason why he didn't appear directly in the city was to avoid causing unnecessary panic. Back then, he was surrounded by many experts because of Tian Mingzi from the Wanling Pavilion. This grudge had to be settled. Tian Mingzi was the beginning of the disaster. Kill. However, he didn't know where Tian Mingzi was. So, he could only enter the city and find a Wanling pavilion to ask directly. With something to rely on, there was no need to be secretive. The thing to rely on was one's own strength. The overall strength of the Upper Yuan realm was not as good as that of the Taixin realm. In the entire Upper Yuan realm, there had never been a 9-star expert. At most, there were elite 8-star experts. In addition, although the Wanling Pavilion was very powerful, it was not the top force. Soon, Chunzong entered the city, walked to the door of the Wanling Pavilion, and stepped directly in. Chapter 1772. The abyss in the profound world seemed to be bottomless. Inside the pitch-black cave, that ball of darkness was so deep that it seemed like a heart was beating endlessly. Dead. Both the left and right emissaries are dead. Who killed you? In the depths of the darkness, a terrifying roar, full of anger and murderous intent, sounded like it came from the Ghost King of the Nine Hells. Lord Bloodclaw and Lord Manshan had spent hundreds of years, countless efforts, and the lives of tens of thousands of cultivators. He had even risked his life to obtain opportunities to finally cultivate them. It had also proven that Lord Manshan and Lord Bloodclaw were very outstanding. They had earned a lot of wealth for him and provided him with endless cultivation resources. Under certain circumstances, a top 7-star battle strength was enough to run rampant in the Tianyuan sacred territory. He had asked them to deal with a junior, but now they were dead. Who was it that killed them? Was it an 8-star powerhouse who did it? He knew very well that there were not many 8-star powerhouses in the profound world. On the surface, there were only 4, including himself. Perhaps there were more in secret, but they were all from the top forces. Under normal circumstances, Lord Bloodclaw and Lord Manshan would not provoke the top forces. Could it be that the surest sect had joined a top force? When I succeed, all of you will die. Rakshasa King let out a furious roar that reverberated endlessly in the pitch-black cave. Chunzong found that the people of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion would not cooperate at all without using some means. Therefore, he had to show his tyrannical force to force the people of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion to hand over Tian Mingzi. Of course, Chunzong did not hurt anyone. Who dares to behave atrociously in my Myriad Spirit Pavilion? The angry roar exploded in the hall of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion like thunder, and a tyrannical aura filled the air. The powerhouse guarding the Myriad Spirit Pavilion had arrived. His aura was clearly at the level of a half-step great saint. Moreover, he was a 2-star powerhouse. This astonishing aura swept across like a storm. Soon after, it charged towards Chunzong and locked onto him. For a Saint Realm powerhouse, it was a terrifying and destructive aura, but for Chunzong, it was like a breeze. Therefore, the other party was secretly afraid. Who are you? Why are you looking for Elder Tian Mingzi? The middle-aged man in a short coat stared at Chunzong vigilantly and said in a low voice, "You don't need to know anything. Just tell me where Tian Mingzi is, or ask Tian Mingzi to come here." Chunzong replied calmly. At the same time, he released a trace of his aura. This strand of aura was extremely terrifying. It was like a heavenly sword suspended in the air, instantly striking down. It made the other party's hair stand on end, as if his entire body was pierced through. In the face of this aura, all of his resistance was completely crushed. An expert. This was a terrifyingly strong expert. In an instant, the guardian of the Wanling Association understood. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead and flowed down his cheeks. "Sir, I do not know where Elder Tian Mingzi is." This person replied with difficulty. When the difference in strength was too great, he didn't dare to take any chances. The Wanling Association is the most well-informed. I believe you must know. Chunzong sighed leisurely. In fact, I'm only looking for Tian Mingzi. I don't want to be enemies with the Wanling Association, but if you're not willing to cooperate, the Wanling Association will be in trouble. Hearing this, the other party's expression suddenly changed, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. The other party was very strong. Just his aura alone made him feel like he was about to be destroyed. This meant that the other party's combat strength was at least at the 4-star level, or even higher. Although it was rumored that the Wanling Association had a supreme great saint as its backer, it was impossible to determine whether it was true or not. Even if it was true, it was a matter of a long time ago. Moreover, supreme great saint powerhouses would not intervene in fights below the great saint realm, unless the Wanling Association was in danger of being destroyed. Everything else was false. For now, the best thing to do was to deal with this person. I really don't know where Elder Tian Mingzi is, but please give me some time. I'll report this matter now, the person hurriedly said. All right, it's best to find someone with enough weight, Chunzong said unhurriedly as he looked at the other party meaningfully. Indeed, according to the Wanling Association, they had the support of a supreme great saint realm powerhouse. However, at Chunzong's level, he could see things more clearly. If there was really a supreme great saint realm powerhouse, he would not act rashly. Just like Yonkai right now, if the conflict between Saint Realm Masters did not go too far, he would not intervene because of the difference in levels. Moreover, it was not like he did not have a trump card, the eternal heaven and earth token. When his consciousness entered the eternal battle fort and returned to his body, there was an additional power in the eternal heaven and earth token. It was a protective power that the eternal battle fort used to protect king stage geniuses. A battle between people of the same level. Naturally, the protective power in the eternal heaven and earth token would not be activated. However, if an illuminating god powerhouse attacked him, the power of the eternal heaven and earth token would appear to protect him. Of course, the power in the eternal heaven and earth token could only resist and repel low-level illuminating god powerhouses. According to Huaji, the supreme great saint realm powerhouses in the Tian Yuan sacred territory should belong to the low-level illuminating god realm. In other words, the supreme great saint realm powerhouses could no longer threaten him in the Tian Yuan sacred territory. This was actually the eternal battle fort's way of attaching importance to king stage geniuses. After all, there are not many king stage geniuses. The death of one would be a great loss. Waiting. Chunzong was waiting for the Wanling Association's response. Azura Sect, Tai Luo City, Taishan World. Chun Xiu walked out of the Azura secret realm with his essence, qi, and spirit completely restored to their peak. Send out a notice that the Barbarian Mountain King and the Blood Claw King have been executed. Those who broke their oath during the sect crisis have to come to the Azura Sect to confess within 3 days. Chun Xiu said unhurriedly, but his words were filled with coldness. Those who don't come within the time limit, don't blame my sword for not showing mercy. Previously, those people would rather break their oath in order to survive because the Blood Claw King's ferocity was too great. Now that the Blood Claw King was killed by Chun Xiu, it meant that Chun Xiu was stronger than the Blood Claw King. Moreover, the Barbarian Mountain King was also killed. Although there was no mention of who killed the Barbarian Mountain King, it seemed to have something to do with the Azura Sect. Would such a Shura sect strike fear in others? Yes. Chun Xiu believed that once this news was released, those who were afraid of death would rush to the Azura Sect. If they did not come, the only consequence would be death. His sword was merciless. Those people came from the Bewildering Light Island and had the mark of the Bewildering Light Island on their bodies. They were not aware of it, but Chun Xiu could feel it clearly. In the Flying Spirit City's Wanling Association, Chunzong sat leisurely and waited. Then, a few sharp gazes stared at Chunzong as if they wanted to pierce through him. 3 people. There are 3 people in total. 2 of them were old men, and one was a middle-aged man with white hair. All of them exuded a powerful aura. Half-step Great Saint Realm. Moreover, judging from their aura, the battle strength of these 3 people was not low. The 2 old men were 4-star warriors, and the middle-aged man was 5-star warriors. As for whether they were ordinary warriors or elite warriors, it could only be determined by fighting. The three powerful auras locked onto Chunzong, intending to suppress Chunzong. However, Chunzong did not seem to notice them. He did not move an inch, and his expression was calm. This attitude of his made the three people wary. Although the Wanling Association was well informed, Chunzong had entered the bewildering light sea a few years ago. According to what the Wanling Association knew, those who entered the bewildering light sea had never come out. Therefore, they would not associate the person in front of them with Chunzong. Generally speaking, a confrontation of auras could determine the strength of the other party. However, in the face of the three people's auras, the other party looked calm and unfathomable. "How should I address you?" The middle-aged man with 5-star warriors cupped his hands and asked with a smile. "Where's Tian Mingzi?" Chunzong asked back. "Why are you looking for Tian Mingzi?" The middle-aged man asked again. His tone was gentle, as if he was talking to a friend. "To settle a grudge." Chunzong did not beat around the bush and said directly, "But do you know what grudge you have with Elder Tian Mingzi?" The middle-aged man asked again with a smile. "If it's not a big grudge, the Wanling Association is willing to pay the appropriate price to resolve it." "Who are you?" Chunzong asked back. "I'm Bai Lingzi, the Vice Pavilion Master of the General Pavilion of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion. These two are the elders of the General Pavilion of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion," the middle-aged man said with a smile, as if he had come to make friends. The other party's attitude was gentle, without the slightest impatience. The tone of his voice made people feel closer to him, and they could not help but have a good impression of him. He was indeed not an ordinary person. "The grudge between me and Tian Mingzi is a matter of life and death. How can the Wanling Association bear it?" Chunzong could not help but smile. "Junior, you think too highly of yourself just because you have a few tricks up your sleeve. The Wanling Association never looks for trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble." One of the elders seemed to be unable to stand it and scolded angrily. Although the other elder did not speak, he also released a strong aura with a bit of evil spirit. "Elders, please don't be impatient. Everything can be resolved." Bai Lingzi smiled and said. Immediately, he looked at Chunzong and said, "Regardless of the grudge between you and our pavilion's elder Tian Mingzi, from the way I see it, it can be resolved as long as you state your conditions." "Tian Mingzi's life," Chunzong said calmly. This time, he came to settle the grudge. The way to settle the grudge was simple and direct, which was to kill Tian Mingzi. Other than that, there was nothing else to say. Wealth? No need. He had a lot of wealth, and it was enough. Moreover, he had seen a wider world, and his ambition was high. He was no longer limited to this. After settling the grudge this time, when the eternal heaven and earth token could be used again, he would go to the eternal battle fort again. That was where he pursued the path of cultivation. Chapter 1773. It's raining during the Qingming festival. Please be careful when you go back to worship your ancestors. Bai Lingzi had a headache. He had always prided himself on his eloquence. When he dealt with the matters of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion, he prioritized peace. He would avoid violence if he could. With his eloquence and ability, he was often able to smoothly deal with many things that were difficult to deal with in the eyes of others, causing others to be convinced. This time, the Chief Pavilion Master had asked him to come because he valued his ability. The Myriad Spirit Pavilion was a business. They had never clashed with other forces and prioritized peace. Of course, if it was an enemy, the Myriad Spirit Pavilion would not show mercy. It would be best if it could be resolved peacefully. However, Bai Lingzi realized that no matter what he said and how hard he tried, the other party was unmoved. His attitude was obvious and firm. He wanted Tian Mingzi's life. He meant what he said, and his hidden sharpness was extremely shocking. Bai Lingzi could only feel his head throbbing, and his headache worsened. "Sir, the Myriad Spirit Pavilion has been standing for thousands of years and has encountered countless crises. But in the end, the Myriad Spirit Pavilion still exists and is getting stronger and stronger." Bai Lingzi's smile was restrained, and his tone was a little solemn with a hint of killing intent. Bai Lingzi had a 5-star battle prowess. This battle prowess was not something that could be said with words. It was something that could be achieved through real cultivation and battle. He was eloquent and prioritized peace, but it did not mean that he would not be angry, and it did not mean that he would not fight and kill. Then this time, it may be the biggest crisis in the history of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion. Shenzong did not care about the other party's threat at all and smiled nonchalantly. Even if the Supreme Saint behind the Myriad Spirit Pavilion really did not care about his reputation and attacked, he was not afraid. If the Myriad Spirit Pavilion had a 9-star combat strength expert, he could escape instantly and enter Bewildering Light Island, even if he could not fight. He had strength to rely on, a way out, and a powerful force to protect him. He was almost absolutely safe here. In the past, when he only had strength, he dared to fight, let alone now. With all kinds of things to rely on, how could he be afraid? Hearing Chun Zong's words, Bai Lingzi's face darkened, and the 2 chief pavilion elders were instantly enraged. Boom! His aura was violent, like a torrent bursting through a dam, pouring down on Shenzong. Since the Myriad Spirit Pavilion won't hand over Tian Mingzi, let's fight until they do. Shenzong snickered coldly. His eyes shone with a sharp light. His overbearing aura swept across the sky like a heavenly sword, exploding in an instant and suppressing the world. The horrifying power of a 7-star battle power instantly fell on Bai Lingzi and the 2 elders of the General Pavilion. It was as if the universe's sword was rushing toward them like an ancient sword mountain. Suppress. Bai Lingzi and the other 2 were horrified. How could this be? How could he be so powerful? Even the chief pavilion master did not have such a powerful aura. In their minds, there seemed to be a sword mountain pressing down on the world. It was as if a beam of sword light had torn the universe apart and arrived. Everything would be suppressed, and everything would be penetrated. In the face of such terrifying power, he could only tremble. A strong enemy. This was a strong enemy. As Chun Zong said, the Myriad Spirit Pavilion had really encountered the biggest crisis this time. Your Excellency, let's talk nicely. Bai Lingzi immediately put on a smile and lowered his head slightly. There was no other way. The aura that Chun Zong exuded was too powerful. It directly suppressed them. If they wanted to attack, they would probably be killed in an instant. The 2 elders of the General Pavilion, who were furious, also did not dare to act rashly. I'll repeat it again. Hand over Tian Mingzi. Shenzong's eyes flashed with a cold light. His tone was abrupt, but it was as if the sword qi had directly pierced their hearts. They instantly shrank and were extremely frightened. Bai Lingzi's perception was very sharp. He could feel a trace of determination from Chun Zong's tone. This was the other party's ultimatum. If they violated it, they would really enrage the other party. Bai Lingzi's head hurt. He thought quickly and thought of a solution. His head hurt. Tian Mingzi was indeed a half-step great saint expert, but he was only at the 3-star level. In the entire Myriad Spirit Pavilion, he could only be regarded as a mid-level expert. The Myriad Spirit Pavilion would not be strengthened much with 1 more, nor would it be weakened much with 1 less. But the most important thing was the reputation of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion. If they were forced to hand over an elder, it would be a big blow to the Myriad Spirit Pavilion. The reputation that the Myriad Spirit Pavilion had built up over the years would be damaged. A tree lived by its bark, while a person lived by his face. As a powerful force in the Upper Yuan realm, the Myriad Spirit Pavilion naturally valued its reputation very much. In fact, reputation was something that every sect and every force valued. But in the current situation, if they did not hand over Tian Mingzi, the Myriad Spirit Pavilion would not only lose its reputation, but also other things. Could it be that they really wanted the great saint expert behind the Myriad Spirit Pavilion to take action? That was impossible. Why would a great saint expert care about such a small matter? Moreover, as the deputy pavilion master of the General Pavilion, Bai Lingzi knew better. The great saint expert behind the Myriad Spirit Pavilion was rumored to have been on good terms with the general pavilion master of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion a long time ago. He had already left many years ago. As long as the Myriad Spirit Pavilion did not suffer a destructive blow, the great saint expert would never appear. The great saint expert was like a tiger skin that could scare people. The two elders were waiting for Bai Lingzi's decision. Fight or surrender? They had to make a decision. Tian Mingzi is not in the Myriad Spirit Pavilion now. Bai Lingzi seemed to have thought it through and suddenly said in a deflated manner, "The Myriad Spirit Pavilion is the most well-informed, isn't it?" Chen Zong asked in return. Tian Mingzi is in the Thousand Origin Cave now, Bai Lingzi said. Bai Lingzi continued to speak. Soon after, a cold glint filled his eyes, and his tone became harsh and cold. "I have already told you the news. It has nothing to do with my Myriad Spirit Pavilion. As for the future, if you continue to be so persistent, my Myriad Spirit Pavilion will not fear you. You have to know that the consequences of deceiving me are not something you can bear." Chen Zong replied unhurriedly and got up to leave. His target was only Tian Mingzi. As for the Myriad Spirit Pavilion, he did not want to be enemies. Of course, if the Myriad Spirit Pavilion did not know what was good for them, he would fight and kill them. But now, the Myriad Spirit Pavilion was quite cooperative. Everyone was happy. Of course, the people of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion must be very sullen. When one's power was stronger than one's, one would be crushed. This was what strength brought about. Looking at the back of Chen Zong, a touch of darkness flashed across Bai Lingzi's eyes. He felt humiliated and helpless. Immediately, he left with the two elders. The Thousand Origin Cave was very famous in the Upper Yuan realm. Often, cultivators would go to the Thousand Origin Cave to look for the so-called opportunities. There were really cultivators who found opportunities to improve themselves. The reason why Tian Mingzi came to the Thousand Origin Cave was to look for opportunities to improve himself. A few years ago, he wanted to avenge his brother, Tian Lingzi. In the end, not only did he not succeed, but he also lost an arm and was seriously injured. He did not take the severed arm with him. Otherwise, he would only need to pay a small price to reattach it. Without that severed arm, it was not impossible for him to regrow a new arm. However, it would consume too much energy. With his current accumulation, it was impossible for him to do so. However, because he was an elder of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion, he found out that the Thousand Origin Cave might have a sacred medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones. After recovering from his injuries, he personally went to the Thousand Origin Cave to look for it. It was just that many years had passed, and he had found many spirit herbs and sacred herbs, but he had not found any sacred herbs that could regenerate flesh and bones. However, Tian Mingzi did not plan to give up. He had to find it and restore his arm. Otherwise, his power would be greatly affected. Because of this, Tian Mingzi had been staying in the Thousand Origin Cave all these years. Naturally, he was not well informed about the outside world. Therefore, he did not know that he was about to face a great disaster. Soon, Chen Zong arrived outside the Thousand Origin Cave. The Thousand Origin Caves was a general term because there were many caves in this area. There were hundreds of them, and they covered an area of over 100,000 miles. The hundreds of caves were called the Thousand Origin Cave. Some of the caves were very long, tens of thousands of miles. Some were very short, less than 1,000 miles. However, no matter how long or short the caves were, one or a few of them were connected to each other. It was like a huge maze. Therefore, once one entered the Thousand Origin Cave and did not leave, it was not easy to find out about the outside world. Also, the Thousand Origin Cave was so big that it was not easy to find a person. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. In the end, Bai Lingzi chose to tell Chen Zong the news. First, it was because of the situation. Second, it was because the Thousand Origin Cave's terrain was complicated. It would not be easy to find Tian Mingzi. If he was really found, it would be Tian Mingzi's misfortune. Grudges should be settled. The Myriad Spirit Pavilion could not stand up for Tian Mingzi. Otherwise, it would only invite disaster. Although the Thousand Origin Cave had hundreds of caves and hundreds of entrances, there was one main entrance. If one waited at the main entrance, they could intercept him. However, they could not be sure when he would leave. They might only have to wait for a short period of time, or they might have to wait for years or even decades. Of course, Qinzong could not wait at the main entrance for Tian Mingzi to appear. He did not know how long he would have to wait. It might even be many years. He did not have that much time to waste. However, he was not alone. He still had his doppelganger. Soon, Chun Xiu's doppelganger rushed from the profound realm to the upper primordial realm through the power of bewildering Light Island. Of course, the doppelganger made some changes so that no one could tell that it was the same as the original. The doppelganger stood guard at the main entrance of the Thousand Origin Cave while the original entered it. There were hundreds of caves. Qinzong did not know where to find Tian Mingzi. He could only enter and search. At the same time, he could ask others for information. He chose a random cave entrance and stepped inside. The air inside flowed faster than outside. The fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth was also more intense. From time to time, there would be the sound of wind blowing. It was so mighty that it seemed to penetrate one's eardrums. Chapter 1774. I found this green leaf sky blue first. Are you going to take it by force? This voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to those who are fated. Strength is fate. Another voice was filled with sneers. There were hundreds of caves in the Thousand Origin Cave. Because of the abnormal world Yuan Qi, there were many precious herbs that could not be found in the outside world. In the early days, one could easily find precious herbs in any of the caves. The lowest grade was spirit herbs, and the highest grade was saint herbs. But after many years, countless cultivators poured in to search for precious herbs. Gradually, precious herbs became fewer and more difficult to find. Some of the precious herbs had even become peerless. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Once it became peerless and difficult to obtain, its value would soar. When a lucky person found a rare precious herb in the Thousand Origin Cave and sold it for a high price, it would attract more people. Of course, the vast majority of those who entered the Thousand Origin Cave to search for treasures were in the saint realm, with a very small number of them being half-step great saints. As for those in the transcendent realm, even if they managed to obtain some treasures, they might suffer because of them. There were many conflicts like the one just now. After entering the Thousand Origin Cave, Qinzong had encountered many such conflicts. However, these had nothing to do with Qinzong, so he ignored them. Find Tian Mingzi. Qinzong only had one purpose in entering the Thousand Origin Cave, and that was to find Tian Mingzi and kill him directly to settle this grudge. When the grudge was settled, one's mind would be clear. One would not think about it, and there would be no regrets. It was like wiping away a speck of dust in one's heart. Only when one's heart was clear could one be free of obstacles. The Thousand Origin Cave was very large. There were hundreds of caves, winding around like a large maze. Looking for a person inside was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Qinzong was extremely fast. The seven-star realm master was like an aurora. With his divine sense, there was no need for him to stop. Many people were searching for precious herbs when they suddenly felt a breeze pass by them. They could not see the person at all. Qinzong's speed was very fast. The short cave was only a few hundred miles long, so he could finish searching it in no time. The long cave was at most 10,000 miles long. In fact, it was not a big deal. He just needed to spend a little more time. Qinzong was checking the cave step by step, just like a carpet search. It might take more time, but he could avoid missing anything. For example, if he didn't find a target after he finished searching here, and then went to search the other caves, the target would enter a cave that had already been searched. A cave, 2 caves, 3 caves. Qinzong kept searching while Chun Xiu stood guard at the main entrance. The 18th cave was more than 8,000 miles long. It was full of twists and turns. Chunzong suddenly stopped. His eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. He didn't find Tian Mingzi, but he found someone who also needed to settle his grudges. In the depths of the cave, it was pitch black. The yuan qi of heaven and earth flowed at an abnormal speed, like gusts of wind blowing. This was the depths of the cave. It was completely dark, causing the wind to become gloomy and cold. However, in this darkness, there was someone. 5. There were a total of 5 people. Each of them emitted a shocking aura. It was obvious that they were 5 powerhouses. The 5 mystifying light saints. These 5 people were the owners of the mystifying light ship in the mystifying light sea, the 5 mystifying light saints. In the past, after they kidnapped Chunzong, they were attacked by Chunzong's clone. They successfully escaped into the mystifying light sea and lost track of Chunzong. However, the others thought that the 5 of them had kidnapped Chunzong and obtained the secret of his clone. During that time, the 5 of them fled in all directions like rats. However, the 5 mystifying light saints' strength was not ordinary. Moreover, they were capable. When they joined forces, they became even more powerful. They survived danger after danger. Later on, the 5 of them even split up and changed their appearances. They actually avoided a lot of trouble for a time. The 5 of them also hid in the Thousand Origin Cave. With their strength and methods and the complicated terrain of the Thousand Origin Cave, as long as it wasn't an Eminent Saint powerhouse, it wouldn't be easy for a half-step Eminent Saint to find their whereabouts, unless it was a large-scale operation. However, no one knew that the 5 of them had entered the Thousand Origin Cave. After all, they had split up when they entered and changed their appearances. Chunzong was very surprised. His purpose in entering the Thousand Origin Cave was to find Tian Mingzi and kill him. Then, he would look for the 5 mystifying light saints. He didn't expect to find the 5 mystifying light saints here first. Although the 5 mystifying light saints had changed their appearances, their aura fluctuations didn't change much. Chunzong had already remembered them clearly. A cold smile hung on the corner of Chunzong's mouth. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he flew out like a bolt of lightning. Since he found the 5 mystifying light saints first, he would get rid of them first. Who's there? The 5 mystifying light saints were very vigilant. As soon as Chunzong approached, he triggered the alarm they had set up. 5 tyrannical auras erupted at the same time and swept across like a storm. Everyone, it's been a long time. Chunzong smiled faintly. The gloomy darkness here was nothing to half-step great sage experts. Therefore, the 5 mystifying light saints' eyes glowed as they stared at Chunzong's face. It's you. The 5 mystifying light saints also recognized Chunzong. They exclaimed in shock and horror. How is this possible? Didn't he escape into the mystifying light ocean? How could he appear here? Could it be that he could leave the mystifying light ocean? For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through the 5 mystifying light saints' minds. The mystifying light ocean had always been extremely mysterious. No one had ever heard of anyone who entered leaving. However, this person could leave. Perhaps he had obtained a great opportunity inside. Take him down. The leader of the 5 mystifying light saints immediately shouted. The 5 of them attacked like lightning. If they took him down, not only would they force him to reveal the secret of his doppelganger, they would also force him to reveal the secret of the mystifying light ocean. A great opportunity. That's right. Chunzong could leave the mystifying light ocean because he had obtained a great opportunity inside. Seeing the 5 mystifying light saints coming from all directions, Chunzong had a smile on his face. The 5 mystifying light saints were not weak. 3 of them had the combat strength of a 3-star elite. 1 was an ordinary 4-star elite, and 1 was a 4-star elite. When they joined forces to form a formation, they could contend against a 5-star elite. However, Chunzong's combat strength was not something a 5-star elite could compare to. Chunzong originally wanted to kill all 5 of them with one strike. However, he suddenly changed his mind. It would be too easy for them if he killed them just like that. Instead of killing them, he would throw them into the mystifying light ocean and let them experience the dangers of the mystifying light ocean. With a change of mind, Chunzong made up his mind and immediately attacked. He did not draw his sword. There was no need to draw his sword to deal with these 5 people. Using his finger as a sword, he instantly pierced through the void and split into 5 directions. In an instant, the 5 people's attacks were directly broken. The terrifying power penetrated everything and directly hit the 5 people's bodies. The terrifying power instantly spread out and hit their bodies. In an instant, all of their strength was destroyed, and they lost all ability to resist. If Chunzong wanted to, he could have killed them on the spot. The Mystifying Light Ocean shipmaster has been traveling back and forth between the Mystifying Light Ocean all year round. You must be very curious about the Mystifying Light Ocean. Chunzong's voice suddenly sounded with a hint of mockery. When it entered the 5 Mystifying Light Saints' ears, they immediately had a bad premonition. At this moment, the 5 Mystifying Light Saints were terrified. One strike. In just one strike, the 5 of them were defeated. How was this possible? In the next moment, the 5 of them felt the world spinning as if they had traveled through time and space. When they came to their senses, they found that the 5 of them were in a place that had changed greatly. Gray fog spread in all directions, and their bodies were falling rapidly. However, their strength had recovered, and they could use it again. They quickly stopped and stood in the air. Where is this? The second brother of the 5 Mystifying Light Saints looked around. He could only see the endless gray fog. He had a familiar feeling, but he couldn't remember where. The other 4 also looked around. They also felt that the gray fog looked very familiar. Their divine sense spread out in an instant, but they found that it was greatly restricted. This place, could it be? The 5th brother of the 5 Mystifying Light Saints seemed to have thought of something. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Impossible. The 4th brother also thought of something, but he shook his head repeatedly. Illusion. This must be an illusion. We must have fallen into his illusion. The 3rd brother of the 5 Mystifying Light Saints said with certainty. After all, they all recognized that this was the Mystifying Light Ocean. Their Mystifying Light Ocean ship had sailed on the Mystifying Light Ocean for many years. They were very familiar with the environment here. There was no doubt that this was the environment of the Mystifying Light Ocean. A breath ago, they were still in the Thousand Origin Cave, and in the next breath, they appeared in the Mystifying Light Ocean. It was completely impossible. After all, the distance between the Thousand Origin Cave and the Mystifying Light Ocean was very far. It would take them quite some time to arrive at the Mystifying Light Ocean with their speed. Besides that, how could the other party directly send them from the Thousand Origin Cave to the Mystifying Light Ocean? There was only one explanation, and it was an illusion. It was an illusion created by the other party using some kind of illusion technique or some kind of secret treasure to make them mistakenly think that they had entered the Mystifying Light Ocean. Since they knew it was an illusion, they would see through it and leave this place. Little did they know that this wasn't an illusion, but the real Mystifying Light Ocean. With the current strength of Chunzong's divine sense, he was completely capable of sending all 5 of them into the Mystifying Light Ocean without exhausting all of his divine sense. This was Chunzong's revenge. He made them enter the Mystifying Light Ocean personally, experience the dangers of the Mystifying Light Ocean, and die in the end. He had already grasped the Mystifying Light Realm and controlled the Mystifying Light Island. The Mystifying Light Ocean was like his own backyard dam. Everything was under his control. However, if he found Tian Mingzi, Chunzong didn't intend to take revenge like this. Instead, he would directly kill Tian Mingzi. He recovered his exhausted divine sense while continuing to search for Tian Mingzi's whereabouts. As for the 5 Mystifying Light Saints, they also began their operation in the Mystifying Light Ocean. Chapter 1775. Tian Mingzi was resting in a cave within the Thousand Origin Cave. After searching for so many years, it was a pity that the sacred medicine for rebuilding bones and muscles was too rare. He had only heard that it existed inside, but no one had found it for many years. The sacred medicine for rebuilding bones and muscles was incomparably expensive. Even with his wealth, he could not afford it. He could only search for it himself. Who knows, he might find it by chance. At that time, he would be able to regrow his arm and recover his strength. Touching his severed arm, after many years, the wound had already been treated, but Tian Mingzi could still feel the pain. This pain was not the pain of his severed arm, but the pain of his heart. Back then, his severed arm was still vivid in his mind. That kind of pain was still with him, very clear. Thinking of the scene of his severed arm, a cold, killing intent appeared on Tian Mingzi's face. His eyes were extremely cold, and his body was filled with a chilling, killing intent. Consider yourself lucky to have escaped into the bewildering light ocean, Tian Mingzi said in a low voice. His voice was hoarse and cold, like the roar of a dark underworld beast. The hatred for his severed arm was monstrous. There was also the enmity of his brother's death. However, since the other party had entered the bewildering light ocean, there was no possibility of him leaving. Even if he did not die, he would be lost in the bewildering light ocean, causing him to lose the chance to personally take revenge. Entering the Thousand Origin Cave to search for sacred medicine, it was inevitable that he would find other treasures during this period. There would also be some conflicts with other cultivators. As long as there was a conflict, Tian Mingzi would not be lenient and would kill them all. After losing his arm, his temperament was affected, and he was no longer as calm as before. Moreover, with his strength as an elite 3-star, the majority of people who entered the Thousand Origin Cave were not his match. Jinni Qinzong, wait until my severed arm is regenerated and my battle strength is fully recovered. I will kill you and your friends one by one. Tian Mingzi growled. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out. It floated over like a gentle breeze, drifting into Tian Mingzi's ears, causing his expression to change greatly. At the same time, an extremely tyrannical power erupted from Tian Mingzi's body, like a dark tide sweeping in all directions. Even with a broken arm, Tian Mingzi was still very strong despite his battle prowess being affected. However, the strength of an expert was often relative. Apart from those supreme experts who stood at the top of the void of the universe, the strength of others was limited. When Qinzong was still in the Saint Realm, Tian Mingzi was already an unparalleled master. But now it was the opposite. Qinzong's combat strength had completely surpassed Tian Mingzi's. In other people's eyes, Tian Mingzi was strong, but in Qinzong's eyes, Tian Mingzi was weak. Tian Mingzi, it's been a few years since we last met. You look a little miserable. Qinzong's figure stepped out from the darkness. His footsteps were soft but rhythmic. Every step seemed to step on Tian Mingzi's heart, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. It was extremely stifling. Tian Mingzi's eyes were dark and gloomy as he stared at the approaching figure. His face was full of vigilance, which then turned into astonishment. Qinzong, Jinni Qinzong, the person who killed his younger brother Tian Mingzi back then. The person who cooperated with his clone to cut off one of his arms. Didn't you enter the bewildering light ocean? Tian Mingzi couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Thanks to you. Qinzong smiled slightly. Indeed, if it weren't for Tian Mingzi, he wouldn't have been chased by so many masters and fell into the hands of the 5 bewildering light saints. In the end, he had to take the risk to enter the bewildering light ocean. At that time, he narrowly escaped death in the bewildering light ocean. The most dangerous time was when he encountered the Blood Killer King. If he hadn't met the Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong, he would have fallen into the hands of the Blood Killer King. His life would be worse than death, and he might even be dead now. And the cause of all this was Tian Mingzi. Of course, after suffering, he gained a lot of benefits in the bewildering light ocean. In the end, he gained control of the bewildering light island and obtained the eternal heaven and earth writ, allowing his consciousness to descend into the eternal battle fort. That would be the greatest opportunity. It could be said that the opportunity he obtained in the bewildering light ocean was not inferior to the heartsword seal he obtained when he was young, which allowed him to be reborn. But so what? Being able to obtain the opportunity depended on his own ability. Revenge still had to be taken. Tian Mingzi still had to die. You can actually come out of the bewildering light ocean alive. Tian Mingzi's breathing began to become heavy. For a moment, his thoughts took a turn, and he thought of many things. The bewildering light ocean had always been very mysterious in the eyes of cultivators, and it also made people incomparably fearful. Since ancient times, those who entered the bewildering light ocean had never been able to leave. Of course, there were also people who guessed that while the bewildering light ocean was full of danger, there were also many opportunities. If one could leave alive, they might be able to obtain many opportunities. Now, this person had left the bewildering light ocean. Perhaps he had already obtained some great opportunity inside. Kill him. He must kill him and seize the opportunity. For people who had already dug out their own potential to the extreme and could no longer improve their combat strength, great opportunities were very important and full of attraction and temptation. Now, the great opportunity was in front of him, and it was delivered to his door personally. How could he miss it? Moreover, this person had the secret of clone. However, Tian Mingzi would not forget that back then, when this person's original body and clone joined forces, they were able to fight against him and even cut off one of his arms. However, because of the impact of losing one's arm, he had spent most of his wealth to obtain a secret treasure. Attack! In an instant, his thoughts flashed like lightning. Tian Mingzi made his move. Chain of darkness. In an instant, a chain that seemed to be made of black fine iron, wrapped in black smoke and burning like flames, shot out from Tian Mingzi's sleeve like a viper coming out of its hole. It was extremely vicious and vicious. In just an instant, the chain of darkness approached Chun Zong and quickly wrapped around Chun Zong's body like a coiling snake, tightly binding him. Chun Zong's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment. What kind of secret treasure was this? It was very fast, and it gave off a feeling that it was impossible to dodge. In just an instant, he was bound. The black flames burning on the chain exuded a trace of coldness that invaded his body, cutting off his internal strength and affecting the mobilization and operation of his strength. Of course, this was nothing to him. Seeing Chun Zong bound by the chains of darkness, Tian Mingzi felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The chain of darkness is a one-time use secret treasure. No matter who it is, as long as they're locked on, they cannot escape. Tian Mingzi's voice was astonishingly cold, his eyes flashing with crazy killing intent. Now, hand over the secret of your clone and tell me how you can leave the bewildering light sea. Hand over everything you have, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will let you know the taste of living a life worse than death. A threat. Tian Mingzi was threatening Chun Zong. The chain of darkness is indeed a good secret treasure. Chun Zong was not afraid at all, and said neither slowly nor quickly, "Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong target." The moment his voice fell, an extremely tyrannical power burst out from Chun Zong's body like a torrent, like a volcanic eruption. In just an instant, the chain of darkness that tightly bound Chun Zong tightened and made a sound as if it could not bear the burden. Tian Mingzi's expression suddenly changed. In an instant, he burst out with all his strength. His killing intent was like a tide, and he did not hesitate to attack. He was afraid. He was afraid that if Chun Zong broke free from the chain of darkness, the consequences would be terrible. Therefore, he would rather give up the so-called opportunities that he had not obtained yet and kill him. It had to be said that Tian Mingzi's choice at the critical moment was correct. If Chun Zong was not strong enough, he would have been killed. However, it was a pity that the Barbarian Mountain King, a top 7-star expert, had been killed by Chun Zong. With a bang, the chain of darkness broke inch by inch and collapsed in an instant. The dark smoke that burned like flames also collapsed, like a candle flame blown by a strong wind. At the same time, Tian Mingzi's most powerful attack was launched directly at Shenzong without mercy. It was an extremely condensed black palm print, which exuded an extremely terrible fluctuation, suppressing and shattering everything. In the face of this extremely tyrannical attack, Shenzong, who had broken the chain of darkness, did not change his expression at all. He looked so calm and relaxed. His fingers were like a sword, and with a light stroke, it was like a sharp blade cutting through a thin sheet of paper. In the blink of an eye, under Tian Mingzi's panic-stricken gaze, the palm print that he had gathered all of his strength to unleash was actually torn apart, like a hot knife through butter. These words flashed in Tian Mingzi's mind. At the same time, a carefree feeling spread, as if he had cut it open himself. Extremely horrifying. His hair stood on end. In the next moment, Tian Mingzi could barely catch a glimpse of sword light piercing through the air. He only felt a slight pain between his eyebrows. Immediately, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. Without drawing his sword, Tian Mingzi did not need to draw his sword. He only needed to use his fingers as a sword to kill Tian Mingzi. This was the difference brought about by the difference in combat strength. After killing Tian Mingzi, Shenzong suddenly felt slightly relieved, as if a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He had been hunted down, escaped into the bewildering light sea, experienced life and death, and obtained an opportunity. The source of all this was Tian Mingzi. Now, Tian Mingzi had been killed by his own hands. This feeling of relief was very wonderful, as if it was a kind of sublimation. The 5 bewildering light saints were not dead, but they had been sent into the bewildering light sea. Death was only a matter of time. Moreover, before death, they would experience the dangers of the bewildering light sea and feel despair. The main culprit, Tian Mingzi, had been killed. For a moment, Shenzong reconsidered whether to deal with the others. Back then, those people had surrounded him like sharks that had smelled blood. They had tried to take him away and interrogate him about the whereabouts of his doppelganger. However, they had not succeeded. From a certain point of view, he didn't suffer any losses, so the revenge was actually dispensable. On the other hand, it was because he had killed Tian Mingzi. The other things were relatively secondary, and they were not essential. Chapter 1776. In the upper primordial realm, no one knew that Shenzong had come out of the bewildering light sea alive. Those who knew had either been sent into the bewildering light sea by Shenzong to experience it properly, or had been executed. If people knew about this, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. With the grudge settled, Shenzong did not continue to stay in the upper primordial realm, but returned to the bewildering light sea. As for Azura's doppelganger, Chan Xiao, of course, returned to the Shura Gate. The Shura Gate had issued an ultimatum, asking those who had broken their oath to come to the Shura Gate to confess within 3 days. Otherwise, they would be killed. This ultimatum was, without a doubt, very intimidating. After all, the Bloodclaw King had forced them to break their oath and escape. Chun Xiao, who could kill the Bloodclaw King, was undoubtedly more powerful. However, after 3 days, there were very few who came to the Shura Gate to confess. That day, there were 3 6-star warriors, 7 5-star warriors, and 21 4-star warriors who broke the oath and ran away. However, there were only 2 5-star warriors and 6 4-star warriors who came to confess within the time limit. Was 3 days a short time? In fact, it was not short. It could be reached quickly through the Void Temple in any city. It was just a matter of whether they were willing to come back to confess. It seemed that the others were not willing to come back to confess. Or rather, they thought that once they left, they could leave forever. As long as they kept a low profile and concealed their identities, they would not be chased. After all, the ultimate mystery realm was not small. If that was the case, the ultimatum of the Shura Gate would not be so powerful. In the Shura Gate's main hall, Chun Xiao sat high up. Below him were the half-step great saint experts who came to confess. In the outside world, these people were very powerful, but here they were all submissive and did not dare to make sound. You have 3 choices. Chunshio's lips curled into a cold smile. His voice was as cold as the northern wind, causing everyone to tremble uncontrollably. 1. Go back to where you came from. These people trembled, and fear appeared on their faces. Go back to where you came from. Without a doubt, it was back to the bewildering light sea, or even the bewildering light sea. They knew very well that those days were simply torture. He could leave now. The outside world was so vast. If he went back, he would definitely go crazy. It was like a person who had fallen into despair suddenly grasped hope, but was about to fall into despair again. It was even more unbearable. The second choice is to all die here. Chunshio's words were like the murmurs of a devil, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically, and they were extremely shocked. They didn't hesitate to break their oath and escape. It was because they didn't want to die. Who knew that Chunshio's strength would be so terrifying? He didn't want to die before, and he didn't want to die now. There was only one choice left. The few of them felt incomparably nervous and uneasy. The third option is to make a new vow to be loyal to the Azura's Gate for the rest of your life. No matter what kind of crisis the Azura's Gate encounters, you will never flee. Vow to live and die with the Azura's Gate. Otherwise, may the heavens and earth destroy you. Chunshio's cold voice carried a hint of arrogance, as if he was the judge of a god. 3 choices. You have 10 breaths of time to consider. Chunshio finally said. 10 breaths of time was very short, but to a half-step great sage expert, their thinking speed was incomparably fast. 10 breaths of time was enough for them to consider many things. The few of them were considering. They could see that the person in front of them wasn't joking. He was really asking them to make a choice. 10 breaths of time was up. I choose the third option. Vow to be loyal to the Azura's Gate. I vow to live and die with the Azura's Gate. A 5-star expert immediately said. The others also expressed their opinions, choosing the third option. After all, the first option was to experience despair. The second option was to die immediately. Only the third option could allow them to live. They also thought of more. The Azura's Gate had elite 7-star experts, 6-star experts, and 5-star experts. They had great potential and an extraordinary future. In this place, they could continue to live. Even if they encountered any danger, they would have 7-star experts to protect them. No matter what, the third option was the best choice at the moment. Moreover, under normal circumstances, as long as they didn't seek death, the Azura's Gate wouldn't be destroyed so easily. Naturally, they wouldn't die with the Azura's Gate. All in all, this was the best choice for them. Looking at the choices made by everyone, Chunshio couldn't help but smile. There would be a day when he would leave. Before he left, of course, he had to leave behind more strength for the Azura's Gate so that it could be passed down. 2 5-star experts and 6 4-star experts would be loyal to the Azura's Gate forever. They would live and die together with the Azura's Gate. They would do their best to serve the Azura's Gate. This would undoubtedly give the Azura's Gate a layer of protection. Perhaps to him, 5-star and 4-star experts were nothing, but they weren't weak at all. In the entire Supreme Mystery world, there weren't many sects and forces that had 4-star experts. In the past, the Heavenly Luo sect only had 1 4-star expert, but they were able to dominate the Heavenly Luo city for countless years. Now, the Azura's Gate's high-end combat strength was countless times more than the Heavenly Luo sects. With a better cultivation environment, they could recruit more outstanding disciples and continue to improve. You've made the right choice. Chunshio smiled slightly. From now on, the 8 of you will be the Azura's Gate protectors, second only to the Supreme Elder. You will live and die in the Azura's Gate. I hope that you can also choose outstanding disciples to teach in the Azura's Gate and pass down what you've learned. These 8 people had broken their oath and were bound by it. In this lifetime, their combat strength couldn't improve at all. Their current combat power was already their limit. However, their current combat strength wasn't weak either. They could protect the Azura's Gate protectors, which complemented each other. In addition, each of them had extraordinary combat strength and rich experience. If they could choose some of them to teach as disciples, it would only be beneficial to the Azura's Gate. Of course, it would also be beneficial to them. After all, if the disciples they taught were outstanding enough, they could gain face and strengthen the Azura's Gate, ensuring the continuation of the Azura's Gate. As for these people who lived and died with the Azura's Gate, they could live longer. Originally, they thought that after swearing the oath, they would be treated like slaves of the Azura's Gate, without any dignity. However, when they heard Chun Shio's arrangement to become the Azura's Gate protectors, second only to the Supreme Elder, they were surprised and secretly grateful. They were all half-step great saint experts. If they were treated like slaves, they would lose all dignity. Living was no better than dying. Now, they finally had a good position in the Azura's Gate. At least, they wouldn't be inferior to the few Supreme Elders of the Azura's Gate. After dealing with these people who came to plead guilty, Chun Shio looked outside. Next were those who didn't come to plead guilty. They thought that once they left the Azura's Gate, they would have a bright future. Little did they know that they were too naive, too naive. As long as they entered the Bewildering Light Island, they would be protected by the Bewildering Light Island's mark on their body. That mark was impossible to detect. Even the Mountain Sea King couldn't detect the Bewildering Light Island's mark. Only Chunzong could do it, because Chunzong was now the master of the Bewildering Light Island, and he controlled the island. However, this time, Chunzong wouldn't take action. He would stay in the Azura's Gate, and the person who would take action would be his real body. The eternal heaven and earth order needed time to accumulate energy. When it had enough energy, he would be able to send his consciousness to the eternal battleford again. However, it would take a few months for the eternal heaven and earth order to recover its energy. Naturally, he wouldn't waste these few months. Another reason was the Rakshasa King. Since the Rakshasa King had taken action, although not personally, it meant that he had set his eyes on the Azura's Gate again. Chunzong estimated that the Rakshasa King's combat strength was at least at the level of an ordinary 8-star. Of course, if it was just an ordinary 8-star, he wouldn't be afraid. If it was an elite 8-star, it would be quite troublesome. Therefore, he needed to further improve his strength. Following the guidance of the Bewildering Light Island's mark, Chunzong began to move. The Black Spear King was one of the strong people on the Bewildering Light Island. He had the super combat strength of an elite 6-star and swore to guard the Azura's Gate for 100 years. However, he broke the oath and escaped before the Bloodclaw King and the Dripping Blood Tower invaded. Now, the Black Spear King was hiding in a large mountain. The mountain was majestic and the terrain was complicated. It was difficult to find traces of people. "I'll hide here for 100 years before going out," the Black Spear King said secretly. Of course, he had received the Azura's ultimatum, but he wouldn't confess because he knew that the consequences of confessing would be terrible. Since he had already left, he would be an idiot if he returned. However, the Black Spear King was also wary of Chun Shio, who could kill the Bloodclaw King. Although he maintained a skeptical attitude, he still went into hiding for the sake of caution. 100 years was nothing to him. If he came out after 100 years and kept a low profile, he wouldn't be discovered by the Azura's Gate. The Black Spear King's plan was very good. If Chunzong really didn't control the Bewildering Light Island, he wouldn't be able to track the fluctuations of the mark, and the Black Spear King would successfully avoid the Azura's ultimatum. However, there were no ifs. Following the fluctuations of the mark, a figure flashed across the sky like a flash of light and headed toward the mountain. This was the mountain where the Black Spear King was hiding. Soon, Chunzong arrived at the depths of the mountain and approached the place where the Black Spear King was hiding. The Black Spear King was practicing his spear skills. Although he couldn't improve his combat strength because of breaking the oath, he had been practicing his spear skills since he was young. After countless years, it had become an instinct. Practicing his spear skills was also a kind of pleasure for the Black Spear King. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring to hide for 100 years? He would go crazy. The Black Spear King's black spear was extremely tyrannical. Even if he didn't inject any powerful energy into it, his spear skills alone were enough to destroy the surroundings. Every spear move was simple and direct, as if it had returned to its original state. After a while, the Black Spear King stopped practicing and put away his spear. He exhaled a long breath and looked around. He was quite satisfied with his spear skills. Chapter 1777. As the breeze blew, the leaves swayed, and the sunlight shone on the ground, creating a mottled shadow. Everywhere was in ruins, and the crisscrossing gullies left by the spear could be seen. It was a ghastly sight. These were the traces left behind by the Black Spear King when he did not use his powerful combat strength to practice his spear technique. The Black Spear King was very satisfied with this. However, the instant that voice that was like a cool breeze sounded out, the Black Spear King's expression suddenly changed greatly, as if he was facing a great enemy, and he was extremely shocked. Who was it? Who could have approached him without him noticing? If the other party wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be easy for him to succeed? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through the Black Spear King's mind like lightning. His eyes contained an extremely cold light as they instantly shot out. The black spear in his hand suddenly shook, as if a black dragon had rushed out of the abyss, releasing an unparalleled coldness and domineering aura that wanted to destroy everything. As the wind blew past, a figure appeared in front of the Black Spear King, who was dozens of meters away. "It's you." The Black Spear King stared at the newcomer's face, and his expression changed drastically. His pupils shrunk to the size of needles, and he was extremely shocked. Qinzong. It was Qinzong who broke through the Bewildering Light realm and sent them away from Bewildering Light Island. It was him who killed the Bloodclaw King. Although the Black Spear King was puzzled as to why the other party was wearing a white robe, then a gray robe, and now a white robe, and there seemed to be a difference in temperament, he did not have the time to think so much. As if he was facing a great enemy, he was extremely terrified. "How did you find me?" The Black Spear King was an elite 6-star existence after all. He had experienced countless battles and was very powerful, so he quickly calmed down. Although he was wary, the Black Spear King did not believe that the other party had the strength to kill the Bloodclaw King. Everything was just a rumor. He did not see it with his own eyes, and no one saw it. Perhaps the one who killed the Bloodclaw King was someone else. "You don't need to know so much," Qinzong said unhurriedly, not intending to give the other party any explanation. "In that case, you can go to hell." The black spear in the Black Spear King's hand shook as soon as his voice fell. It seemed as if a black flood dragon was dancing its body. It issued a resounding and sharp cry and instantly pierced the sky. It turned into a black light with astonishing might and unparalleled fighting strength. The moment he made his move, the Black Spear King did not hold back in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed dozens of meters, which was no different from 1 meter. The black spear radiance blossomed in front of his eyes. It was as swift and ferocious as a dark meteor. It was as domineering as a dark thunderbolt, and it carried an extremely terrifying might as it pierced through and shattered everything. The Black Spear King's battle prowess was still terrifying. However, Qinzong's combat strength was even more terrifying. In the face of this spear, Qinzong had no intention of dodging. In the eyes of the Black Spear King, it seemed that he couldn't avoid it and couldn't react in time. The spear carried an extremely terrifying power as it pierced through the sky. In the instant that it arrived, the Sunken Knight's sword was also unsheathed. It turned into a black sword light, causing the surrounding light to dim. An extremely sharp sound suddenly rang out, and countless sparks splashed in all directions. The Black Spear King found that the spear that he had used all his strength to stab out had been blocked. It was his opponent's sword that had blocked his black spear. The pitch-black sword was held horizontally in front of him, and the blade had accurately blocked the tip of the black spear. It seemed like a coincidence, but the Black Spear King had a feeling that it was not a coincidence, but that his attack had really been blocked. His opponent's eyes were very calm, without the slightest surprise. The Black Spear King suddenly had an indescribable feeling of horror that emerged from the deepest part of his heart. With a low roar, a murderous aura erupted. The black spear shook again, as if it had transformed from a flood dragon into a demonic dragon, erupting with an even more tyrannical power. Black Dragon Spear Technique. Without hesitation, the Black Spear King brought out his strongest move. The black spear in his hand seemed to have turned into a dark demonic dragon that wreaked havoc in the world. Countless dark auras spread out, bearing fangs and brandishing claws in a frenzied manner. The Black Spear King seemed to be holding a dark demonic dragon in his hand as he fiercely blasted at Chunzong with an extremely terrifying might. His eyes were crazy and violent, and his heart was filled with killing intent. Either you die, or I die. Chunzong did not directly erupt with all his combat power to kill the Black Spear King, because the Black Spear King spear technique was really good, and he could use it to temper himself a little. Therefore, Chunzong also limited his combat power to the elite 6-star level and fought with his opponent. With a sword in hand, Chunzong blocked all of his opponent's attacks. No matter how tyrannical the Black Spear King's spear technique was, he could not break through Chunzong's sword circle defense. The unbreakable sword circle reappeared, and it seemed to have become Chunzong's instinct. The unbreakable sword circle integrated with the Yin-Yang Dao will was enough to withstand many powerful attacks, even without the Yin-Yang sword wheel. Unless the attack exceeded Chunzong's endurance, he would need to use the Yin-Yang sword wheel. Although the Black Spear King's strength was tyrannical, Chunzong obviously did not need to use the Yin-Yang sword wheel. The unbreakable sword circle was enough to withstand the opponent's spear attack. The Black Spear King used the Black Dragon Spear technique, but he still could not break through Chunzong's sword circle. This made the Black Spear King more and more anxious. He was afraid, the fear in the deepest part of his heart. Even he himself was not very clear about it. The fear that originated from the depths of his heart was slowly eroding his mind and affecting his calmness. Black Dragon Explosion, Black Dragon Space Shattering Strike. The Black Spear King roared, and his aura erupted in an instant. It instantly surpassed his own limits and approached the 7-star level. Secret Technique. The Black Spear King used his secret technique and released his most tyrannical attack just to break Chunzong's sword circle and kill him to prevent future troubles. The Black Spear King seemed to have completely transformed into a dark demonic dragon. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. His entire body was burning with a terrifying dark demonic fire that burned wantonly and wanted to burn everything. This was a demonic dragon with destructive power that descended in an instant. Chunzong's eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light that pierced through the void like the edge of a sword. He drew his sword, hard intense sword style, heartbeat. He did not use any secret technique. He only slashed out with his sword. The speed of the sword was extremely fast. It was like a stream of light that arrived first. This sword was condensed with unparalleled power. It silently tore through the void and directly pierced through the head of the dark demonic dragon. Its astonishing sharpness instantly pierced through the head of the dark demonic dragon. It was like a hot knife through butter. This sword pierced through the head and directly through the body. It carried an unparalleled sharpness as it pierced through the body of the dark demonic dragon and stabbed towards the Black Spear King. There was no way to dodge. Chunzong also used the strength of a 6-star elite. However, the first move of the sword intent art, Heartbeat, was much more profound than the Black Spear King's Black Dragon Space Shattering Strike. They were on two completely different levels. It should be known that in terms of talent, Chunzong was many times better than the Black Spear King. In terms of opportunities, he was countless times better than the Black Spear King. Especially after the trip to the Eternal Battle Fort, Chunzong's understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth had deepened a lot. This move that he perfected with his own vigorous accumulation was even more profound. There was no way to resist. There was no way to dodge. The Black Spear King's pupils shrunk to the size of needles. In that instant, his consciousness became dazed. He only felt that his consciousness and body seemed to have become heavy. It was impossible for him to dodge the dark sword light. The result of not being able to dodge was that the space between his eyebrows would be pierced. Chunzong did not hold back in the slightest. Although the Black Spear King's battle strength was extraordinary, being at the elite 6-star level, he was extremely powerful. If he could serve the Azura Gate, it would indeed be a great boost to their strength. However, there was no need for that. Not only did this person violate his oath, he also did not go to the Azura Gate to confess his sins. He even planned to kill him. Therefore, he must die. With one sword, the Black Spear King died. His eyes were filled with intense regret and unwillingness. At that time, he did not hesitate to violate his oath in order to escape. He did not expect that he would lose his life because of this. The Black Spear King died with a heart full of unwillingness. The Black Spear was taken away by Chunzong. The Black Spear King's storage ring also became Chunzong's spoils of war. It just so happened that the Black Spear King's Black Dragon Spear art and other cultivation techniques were also in the storage ring. Although they were useless to Chunzong, they could be used to enrich the Azura Gate's collection of cultivation techniques and martial arts. Killing the Black Spear King was not the end. It was just the beginning, because there were still 2 other 6-star experts and several 5-star and 4-star experts who did not go to the Azura Gate to confess their sins. These people would also have to pay the price. The mark on Bewildering Light Island was still there. It cannot be erased unless one died. In this profound world, Chunzong could feel it. The closest one was located in the northwest direction, not too far away. In an instant, Chunzong turned into a gust of wind and blended into the void. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The second person that Chunzong had his eyes on was a 4-star powerhouse. However, at this moment, this 4-star powerhouse had transformed into an ordinary person and was living in a small city. This small city was very ordinary. There were cultivators here, but their overall strength was not high, and there were not many of them. The strongest was only a late Saint Realm Master, and there was not much fighting. It was simply a city suitable for retirement. This 4-star expert chose to live here and conceal his identity because he wanted to live. He broke his oath and escaped from the Azura Gate, but he did not go to the Azura Gate to confess his sins. Here, he disguised himself as an ordinary person with no cultivation. In his opinion, he should be able to live peacefully until many years later when the Azura Gate forgot about him. At that time, he would decide whether to continue living in concealment or take action. Little did he know that he had been targeted by Chunzong. Danger was approaching. Unfortunately, he did not have Chunzong's keen sense of danger. Soon, Chunzong arrived at this small city and stepped directly into it. Following the induction of the mark, Chunzong came to the place where the 4-star expert concealed his identity. It was a very ordinary house. It looked very normal, no different from the surroundings. The other party was leisurely sunbathing in the small courtyard with a look of enjoyment. Sure enough, the sunlight outside was very comfortable. This kind of day without fighting was very comfortable and leisurely. Light footsteps sounded and entered the person's ears. Immediately, he became vigilant. His eyes stared at the door as if he wanted to see through it. Chapter 1778. The door to the small courtyard opened once again, and Chunzong walked out. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, and he was calm and unhurried. He gently closed the door and walked out of the city. In a small courtyard behind the gate, a man was lying on a recliner with his eyes closed as if he was sleeping. However, there was an almost undetectable sword wound on his chest, directly piercing through his heart. He had no power to resist at all. This was caused by the difference in combat strength. The second one, Chunzong crossed off another name from his must-kill list. Then, it was naturally the third one. The highest mystery realm was big, but it was not big either. After all, Chunzong had the combat strength of a 7-star elite. His flying speed was even faster than a normal 7-star elite and was close to an 8-star. Even if the distance was too far, he could use the void gate of the empty space temple to teleport quickly. Although he had to pay a price, it was nothing to Qinzong. The third target, a 5-star elite, was killed. The fourth target knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, but Qinzong still killed him without hesitation. Breaking the oath and running away was the first crime. Not taking the initiative to go to the Shura Gate after learning of the Shura Gate's ultimatum was the second crime. Under the second crime, there was no reason to spare the other party. In this world, once something was done, there was no room for regret. The fifth, the sixth, the seventh, one after another, those who broke the oath and did not take the initiative to go to the Shura Gate were killed by Qinzong. Their storage rings were naturally taken by Qinzong as spoils of war to enrich the Shura Gate's treasury. As for Chen Xiu's clone, he entered the Shura's secret realm again. Now, Chen Xiu had stepped into the 9th ring and was only one ring away from the center. However, he did not know what the center of the Shura's secret realm was like. In this world, there was no secret that could not be leaked. There was no wall that did not have a crack. While Qinzong was hunting down the people who had broken the oath, the other people who had broken the oath gradually found out bits and pieces of news. Even though they had no idea how the other party managed to find them, they were still terrified. At that time, they broke the oath because they were afraid of the Blood Claw King. Now, they had to pay another heavy price. No one wanted to die. No one wanted to die. The Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King met. Both of them had 6-star combat strength, but they were only ordinary 6-star. The place where the two of them met was in the guest room of an ordinary restaurant in a city. The Golden Light King was a middle-aged man in a pale golden robe. He had a slender body and an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were sharp. When he turned, they were as sharp as knives and swords, flashing with a little bit of sharpness. The Red Goblin King was a beautiful middle-aged woman dressed in a black and red close-fitting robe. She even had a black mole at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, the two of them had grave expressions. This was because they had already received news of the Black Spear King's death. Although Qinzong's operation was very efficient, it still took time. Sometimes, the speed of information was faster than the flying speed of people. Not only was the Black Spear King killed, but the others were also killed one after another. The Golden Light King's face was extremely solemn, faintly pale. The Black Spear King's battle prowess was much higher than theirs. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were still no match for the Black Spear King. However, since the Black Spear King was killed, it meant that the two of them would not be able to escape death. But they didn't want to die. What should they do? Let's join a top force. The Red Goblin King said sternly, her eyes resolute. With our battle prowess, no force will refuse us to join. Which force do you think we should join? The Golden Light King didn't have any ideas at the moment, so he could only ask. Taishan Holy Palace. The Red Goblin King's eyes flashed as she said each word decisively. Taishan Holy Palace was the most powerful sect in the Taishan world. It was fully deserving of being the overlord of the Taishan world. It was extremely overbearing and had at least one Supreme Saint Ultimate Expert in charge. Even though Supreme Saint Ultimate Experts did not usually appear in Taishan Holy Palace, there were many experts who were half a step away from Supreme Saint Realm. In fact, the terrifying expert who was ranked first on the Taishan Supreme Saint board, who had 9-star battle prowess, was from Taishan Holy Palace. There were also 2 experts with 8-star battle prowess in Taishan Holy Palace, at least on the surface. As for the other 2 experts with 8-star battle prowess on the Taishan Supreme Saint board, they belonged to the other 2 top forces, second only to Taishan Holy Palace. Although there were many half-step great saints in the Great Profound Sacred Palace, the 2 of them had 6-star combat strength. Even if they were placed in the Great Profound Sacred Palace, they could still be considered experts. If they wanted to rely on the Great Profound Sacred Palace, the Great Profound Sacred Palace would not reject them. After making the decision, the 2 immediately acted and quickly headed for Taishan Mountain, where Taishan Holy Palace was located. Taishan Mountain was the tallest and largest mountain in the Taishan world. It was almost 10,000 meters tall and was very majestic. It towered over the earth and seemed to reach into the sky. Endless clouds covered it, mysterious and profound. After the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King arrived quickly, they handed over their visiting cards and waited for arrangements. After all, the two of them were 6-star experts who were half a step away from Supreme Saint Realm. Soon, someone came to receive them. One name after another flashed through Chunzong's mind. Regardless of whether they were hiding, kneeling and begging for mercy after being found, hysterical, or fighting back with all their might, none of them could escape death. In the end, only 2 people were left, the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King. In the perception of the mark, the 2 of them seemed to be very close. Could it be that they were in the same place? Just as well. Let's get rid of them altogether. Chunzong smiled slightly and once again set off for the nearest and largest city, teleporting through the Void Gate of the Void Temple. The Void Temple was all over the Tianyuan sacred realm, but some small cities did not have branches. Only the larger cities had branches. After all, it cost a lot to build the Void Gate. As for where the headquarters of the Void Temple was located, very few people knew. All in all, the Void Temple had always been a neutral existence. Soon, Chunzong appeared in Taishan City. Taishan City was the largest city in the territory of Taishan Mountain. It was also the largest, strongest, and most famous city in the Taishan world. Here, one could buy treasures that could not be found anywhere else. Here, one could also meet many famous cultivators. All in all, Taishan City was equivalent to the most prosperous gathering place in the Taishan world. Countless cultivators, countless resources, and countless treasures gathered and passed through here. Chunzong did not stop. He immediately left the city and flew in the direction of the fluctuations of the mark. Soon, a huge mountain appeared in front of his eyes. Taishan Mountain was nearly 10,000 meters high and was the highest mountain in the Taishan world. It was also where the Taishan Holy Palace was located. And the Taishan Holy Palace was the overlord of the Taishan world. Even the entire Tianyuan sacred realm, it could be called the overlord. The strongest force. Those 2 people, the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King, were in Taishan Mountain. Had they hidden in Taishan Mountain, or had they become members of the Taishan Holy Palace? Perhaps it was the latter. Chunzong's brows furrowed slightly as he stared intently. For a moment, he did not immediately enter Taishan Mountain because Chunzong was thinking about many things. If the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King joined the Taishan Holy Palace, they would be protected by the Taishan Holy Palace. Then, if he insisted on killing the 2 of them, he would become an enemy of the Taishan Holy Palace. Chunzong knew very well that such a powerful force valued its reputation very much. Even if they did not care about the deaths of the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King, they would think that it was a blow to the reputation of the Taishan Holy Palace. They would not allow it, and they would definitely retaliate. On the surface, the Taishan Holy Palace has an ordinary 9-star cultivator, an elite 8-star cultivator, and an ordinary 8-star cultivator. Chunzong thought to himself. On the surface, it was so, but what about in the dark? A force as powerful as the Taishan Holy Palace must be hiding something. So how much power was it hiding? If he used all his strength, he should be able to fight an ordinary 8-star cultivator. As for an elite 8-star cultivator, he should be able to survive. But if it was a 9-star cultivator, then he was no match for him. Moreover, provoking a force as powerful as the Taishan Holy Palace was not good for the Shura clan. Should he just give up? No, he absolutely cannot allow it. The Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King must pay the price. Perhaps he could wait until his combat ability was further improved, and then come again. However, he had made up his mind to kill those who had broken the oath. There was no reason to give up halfway. Try peaceful means before resorting to force. With this thought, Chunzong made a decision. He sent an invitation, stating his intentions. Of course, Chunzong would not step into Taishan Mountain alone now. That would be disadvantageous to him. In the invitation, Chunzong wrote that the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King were traitors of the Shura clan. Accepting them would damage the reputation of the Taishan Holy Palace, and so on. He hoped that the Taishan Holy Palace would expel them. As long as the Taishan Holy Palace expelled them, he could take the opportunity to kill them. After all, a powerful force like the Taishan Holy Palace valued its reputation very much. Accepting traitors of other sects was not something to be proud of. If word got out, it would have some impact. Of course, such impact could be eliminated. The key was the benefits. When the benefits were enough, anything was possible. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. At least in terms of reason, he had the upper hand. It was normal to send an invitation, explain the reason, and pursue the traitors. No matter where it was or what era it was the right thing to do. In the Taishan Holy Palace, the sky deity of the Taishan Holy Palace was in the highest position. Below him stood the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King. "Why did you two betray the Shura clan?" the Taishan saint asked condescendingly. His tone was indifferent and lofty. The Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King wanted to hide it, but they knew very well that they could not hide anything in front of the Taishan Holy Palace. If they wanted to investigate, it would be easy to find out. In fact, the Taishan Holy Palace already knew everything, but they did not say it out loud. Instead, they wanted the two of them to say it themselves. In desperation, the Golden Light King could only bite the bullet and say the reason. Cowardly, breaking the oath. No matter where they were, they would be despised. After saying that, the two of them lowered their heads and did not dare to say anything more. They were cultivators with 6-star combat ability, but in front of a young junior, they could only be so submissive. First, the person in front of them was the saint of the Taishan Holy Palace. Chapter 1779. Inside the palace, the atmosphere was cold, solemn, and oppressive, making it difficult to breathe. A coward who goes against his oath. My supreme, profound, holy palace is upright and upright. We cannot tolerate such filth. The Taishan saint's son stared at the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King coldly. His words were cold and merciless. The Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King's expressions changed drastically. No matter what, they were still 6-star warriors, and they had their own dignity. Being scolded by a junior like this, they felt ashamed and angry. However, they did not dare to act out. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would be killed here. This was the great, profound, sacred palace. In their eyes, it was a colossus that they could not resist at all. However, I always think that everyone has their own value. The Taishan saint suddenly changed the topic and looked at the two meaningfully. The Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King were not stupid. They immediately understood what the great, abstruse saint's son meant. I, the Golden Light King, swear to be loyal to the Taishan Holy Son and never betray him. The Golden Light King immediately knelt on one knee and swore loudly. If I go back on my word, may the heavens and earth destroy me. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of thunder. Seeing how the Golden Light King was acting, the Red Goblin King followed suit and made an oath. This oath wasn't the same as the one he made in the Azura Gate. If he were to violate it, he would be punished by the heavens and the earth. Of course, swearing in the Azura Gate was different from swearing in the supreme, profound Holy Palace. After all, the supreme, profound Holy Palace was many times stronger than the Azura Gate. If they went against the oath of the Shura Gate, they could still escape and seek the protection of the supreme, profound Holy Palace. But if they went against the oath of the supreme, profound Holy Palace, where could they run to? What kind of power could he seek protection from? No. Hearing their vows, the great mystic saint stared at them coldly and did not respond. This attitude immediately made the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King uneasy. Then, a smile appeared on the great abstruse saint's cold face. Very good. In this way, he would have 2 more half-step Great Saint experts under his command. Moreover, their combat strength would reach the level of an ordinary 6-star expert. The battle prowess of a half-step Great Sage was divided into 9 stars. However, it was not easy to reach 7 stars. 8 stars were even rarer, and 9 stars were extremely rare. Among them, a 6-star was already considered a very powerful level. He could definitely get a good ranking on the Taishan Supreme Saint board. The significance of having 2 more 6-star battle masters working for him and being completely loyal to him was different from the half-step Great Sage of the Great Profound Holy Palace. At the end of the day, the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King seemed to have become his servants or even slaves. The people of the Shura clan have already chased us to the outskirts of Taishan Mountain, and they have even sent us a letter of greeting. The Taishan Saint stared at the 2 of them and said slowly, but this made their expressions change drastically. "I'm curious. Where did you come from?" The Taishan Saint's son changed the topic and narrowed his eyes. He had done his research and found out that some time ago, the Shura Gate had suddenly gained many half-step Great Sage experts. The weakest of them was a 4-star expert, while the strongest was a 6-star expert. These people seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There was no information about them at all. After all, some of these people were not from the highest profundity realm, but from other realms. Even the people of the highest profundity realm had disappeared for many years after entering the bewildering light ocean. They had long been forgotten. "Saint Son, it's not that we don't want to say, but we have made an oath to the heavenly path that we cannot say," the Golden Light King replied bitterly. When they left Bewildering Light Island, they had made 2 oaths. One was to guard the Shura Gate for 100 years, which was a lighter oath. The other was to not reveal any information about Bewildering Light Island, which was a very heavy oath. Once broken, they would be destroyed by the heavens and the earth. Bewildering Light Island was very important, and Chunzong naturally did not want others to know about it. Therefore, anyone who left Bewildering Light Island had to make an oath to the heavenly path. Otherwise, once it was leaked, it would bring him even more trouble. Chunzong was not afraid of trouble, but there were some troubles that did not need to involve himself. The Taishan Saint's son's eyes suddenly flashed with wisps of light as he pondered. He felt that there must be some big secret behind this. In Chunzong's invitation, he did not mention his own name. He had sent it in the name of the Shura Gate. Therefore, the Taishan Saint's son did not know that Chunzong had come. Otherwise, he would not be sitting here so calmly. While thinking, the Taishan Saint's son had already made a decision. "The 2 of you come with me." The Taishan Saint's son immediately got up and left Taishan Mountain with the Golden Light King, the Red Goblin King, and another elite 7-star cultivator who had been arranged by the Taishan Holy Palace to protect him. After Chunzong sent out the invitation, he went to Taishan City to wait for news. Taishan City was controlled by the people of the Taishan Holy Palace of Taishan Mountain. Most of the benefits in it belonged to the Taishan Holy Palace. The city lord of Taishan City was also a disciple of the Taishan Holy Palace. Chunzong temporarily stayed in a restaurant in Taishan City and cultivated quietly. The person from the city lord's office entered the restaurant directly and knocked on the door of Chunzong's room. He said very directly, "Sir, the city lord invites you in." This person was dressed in armor, and his aura was cold and solemn. He was a cultivator of the 9th level of the Saint Rudiment realm, and his strength was not ordinary. Chunzong got up and followed him to the city lord's office. The city lord's office was very large, but there were already some people in the main hall. When Chunzong stepped into the main hall, all eyes were fixed on him. When the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King saw Chunzong, their expressions suddenly changed, and there was a faint sense of fear and uneasiness. This was because they already knew that the others who had broken the oath like them had been killed by the other party. They were the only ones left. However, now that they had sworn to be loyal to the Taishan Saint's son, they should be protected by the Taishan Saint's son. Moreover, this was the city lord's office, and there was an elite 7-star cultivator of the Taishan Holy Palace. He did not seem to be a cultivator on the Taishan Supreme Saint ranking, but the aura that leaked out of him was very powerful and shocking. Their lives were guaranteed. Thinking of this, the two of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Chunzong had entered, the Taishan Holy Sun straightened his body. His pupils constricted in an instant, emitting a terrifying light. A powerful aura, vast and overbearing majesty, suddenly burst forth like an invisible storm sweeping past. Obviously, he recognized Chunzong at a glance, even though he had not seen Chunzong for many years. "So it's you," the Taishan Saint Sun said word by word, and a trace of excitement and killing intent gradually spread out from the depths of his heart. The Taishan Saint Sun remembered very clearly that when he had first met this person had not been his opponent at all, but had made him suffer a small loss. The second time, this person had actually been able to compete with him. The third time, which was at the King Naming Pagoda, this person had actually suppressed him and obtained the first place on the 9-colored King Naming Tablet. This was unprecedented. Since then, the Taishan Saint Sun had worked harder and more desperately to improve himself. With his superb talent and the resources of the Taishan Holy Palace, his cultivation and strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. Now, he had stepped into the half-step Supreme Saint realm, and his battle strength had soared. The Taishan Saint Sun had thought many times that he must find Chunzong and kill him with his own hands. After all, this person had left an undetectable shadow in his heart over and over again, and it had to be removed. Otherwise, it would affect his ascension to the Supreme Saint realm. That's right, the Taishan Saint Sun's ambition was extremely great. He was sure that he could become an ultimate expert of the Supreme Saint realm, and on this path, he could not tolerate any obstacles. But now, Chunzong had become an obstacle. Originally, he had planned to leave and go to the Xianyuan world to find Chunzong. Crossing the bewildering light sea was not too difficult for the Taishan Holy Palace. He did not expect that Chunzong would appear in front of him. In addition to the Golden Light King, the Red Goblin King, and the Taishan Saint Sun, there were two other people who were also staring at Chunzong. One was the City Lord of Taishan City, and the other was the Taishan Saint Sun's guard. The City Lord of Taishan City was also a half-step Supreme Saint. His battle strength had reached the elite 5-star level. Otherwise, he would not have enough deterrence to guard Taishan City. In other words, in the main hall of the City Lord's office, there were 5 half-step Supreme Saints with astonishing battle strength. It was like a dragon's gate and a tiger's den. But Chunzong was not afraid at all. His expression was calm as he walked in unhurriedly. "Taishan Saint Sun, long time no see. How much have you improved?" Chunzong spoke first with a smile, as if he was greeting an acquaintance. Before this, the Taishan Saint Sun was indeed a formidable opponent. It could be said that he was a formidable opponent of his life. But after his consciousness entered the eternal battle fort, Chunzong had seen even more peerless geniuses. The Taishan Saint Sun might also be called a peerless genius. Compared to some of the geniuses in the eternal battle fort, he was not inferior. But compared to those top geniuses, there was still a gap, at least from what he had seen before. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the current Taishan Saint Sun had greatly improved. But no matter what, Chunzong would not treat the Taishan Saint Sun as a formidable opponent as he had been in the past. At best, he could only be regarded as a whetstone. That was all. In just an instant, the Taishan Saint Sun felt the change in Chunzong. "You are a Jindi, but you don't dare to sign your name on the invitation. What are you afraid of?" The Taishan Saint Sun said with a cold smile. He instantly counterattacked. The two words, Jindi, surprised everyone. "Since the Taishan Saint Sun has already seen my invitation, you should know my purpose. So what do you plan to do?" Chunzong smiled nonchalantly. His gaze swept past the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King and landed on the Taishan Saint Sun's face. "Do you plan to protect them?" "The two of them have already pledged their loyalty to me," the Taishan Saint Sun said seriously. Sometimes, there are some troubles that cannot be provoked. Zong's meaning was very obvious. Trouble. The Taishan saint's son smiled coldly. What can be called trouble in front of me? His words were very domineering. After all, the Taishan Saint Palace was the most powerful force in the Tianyuan sacred territory, and the Taishan Saint's son was the top genius of the Taishan Saint Palace. No one could compare to him. In the future, he would inherit the honor of the palace master of the Taishan Saint Palace. In short, in this world, who would dare to go against the Taishan Saint Palace? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.